From mic on. This is a special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, sitting as the Community Development Agency. Thursday, June the 9th, 2022 is now 5:15. And I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the mayor to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is a special meeting, and we'll ask the city manager to take on from this part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had in our work plan this year to do the decorative light replacement, and because of the elements out here, they're quite worn. And we put out a bid, and like everything, the bids came in way above. But we've taken a look at the budget, and we have worked some things around, delayed some other projects, and I think we're going to be able to take care of things. And the bid documents are in front of you, and we are asking for permission to proceed.
Okay, commissioners, we've had an opportunity to read the bid package and all. Do you have any questions?
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yes, I read it. No, I have not.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay, Mayor?
None.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley? Okay, seeing that we don't have any more questions or discussions, I'll open this up for public comment. It's an opportunity to comment on the special bid. Seeing no comments, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Motion to approve to award the bid. I'm sorry.
Same thing.
Motion to award the bid for the decorative light replacement to Latour Enterprises in the amount of $212,000.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. We have a roll call?
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes to the motion.
Chair Bryan?
Yes. And the motion carries unanimously. And no more discussions? Any other comments on this? Not?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Okay, we are officially adjourned from CRA.
The next meeting's going to go the same way.
We'll convene within the next 10 minutes, and it'll be just as quick.
We hope.
And for the record, committee. Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. The time is at 5:30, and this meeting will be continued until all items are complete. And at this time, I'd like to call the meeting in order. Notice that all the commissioners and the mayor are here with the exception of Commissioner Sherman. He is at home watching, and we wish him well. Hope he gets better. So at this time, I'd like for the mayor to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and also a moment of silence for members of the armed forces and our first responders.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Mayor, do we have any proclamation or awards tonight?
Yes, we do. We have one. We have a certificate of appreciation, and I'm going to ask if we have any veterans out here. If you would please come up.
All veterans? I guess that's
Come on, chiefs. Did you want to say something? This is a surprise. Okay. Chief's going to say something first.
So when we have our weekly staff meetings with Mr. Whitson on Wednesdays, at the top of every agenda is staff recognition. So it's our opportunity as department heads to talk about the great things that staff does every day. So the last staff meeting, the topic of Memorial Day came up, and the amazing way that our park reflected the pride and patriotism of veterans. And that would not have been accomplished without Airman Ken Bryan. So the staff unanimously voted not to recognize anybody from staff, but to recognize you for the integrity and the patriotism of getting that grant and making our park the signature park in Flagler County. So on behalf of all the veterans here, thank you, Chair, for what you've done.
I did not do this for recognition.
So Ken, if you can please come up here, I would like to read your certificate of appreciation.
That's amazing.
In recognition of his outstanding initiative and generosity in dedicating his time, obtaining donations, and implementing the beach renovation project to include and honor Veterans Plaque Program. Thank you. You truly made that park a veterans park. And you allowed us to put our heart and souls on those benches and make it ours. Thank you.
Photo. That's amazing. Got him.
You got it.
My father is, but I'm
He's got chicken photos on him. I know he's got chickens in the background.
I'm going to get you with rabbit ears, Clint.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, America.
America.
So cool. Well deserved, Ken.
Well deserved.
Thanks, everyone. You got me. I'm pretty emotional anyway, but this kind of thing here really got me. But I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It really does. Okay. Let me get back to where I was.
Number 4.
Number 4, deletions and additions. I'm sorry.
I have a change to the agenda.
Okay.
I request that you remove the special meeting minutes of May 9th.
Okay. Okay, any other additions or deletions to the agenda? I have one I'd like to add, and it's going to be brief, but I need to bring it up because I just attended the meeting on the interlocal agreement with the school board concurrency. And this is something we're going to have to make a decision on. I think it may require even having a special workshop because there's a lot to it. So just like to add that as another item, just so that we can at least get a consensus on whether or not we're going to have a special meeting. I'll bring this up as an agenda item for discussion.
Make it number 12.
Is that going to be under the commission comments?
I can bring it up on the commission comments. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It shouldn't take that long, but I think it's imperative that we bring that up. Okay, anything else? If not, we'll move on to public comment. At this time, we have the public comment. This is a time when individuals in the public can speak to anything that's not on the agenda. And you have 3 minutes to speak and direct all your comments to the chair. And once you're finished and all the comments are complete, then we will try to address those particular issues or questions at that time. So if anyone would like to come forward now, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Michael Pugliese.
Good evening.
Got a couple of safety issues or quality of life.
Is the green light on?
No.
Then just tap the,
There you go.
Wow, man, I'm on now. Michael Pugliese, 119 Montana Avenue. Got a couple of safety issues. Ooh. All right. I've been watching the TDC, and they have some nice movies and shows about our city. And you have the winery. And next to the winery, which is 607 North 1A, is a vacant building. I was here a year ago mentioning this. The building has been vacant since 2017, which is the first storm. We had Matthew, okay? So I came here and I was told that, well, the house, it was sold in 2019, which is true. So from 2019 to 2022, there's still the blue top, nothing's done. They spent $410,000 to that building. That's money in the bank for them. The thing's worth $700,000 now. They haven't done a thing. And it's an eyesore. And you guys have these beautiful pictures of our city, and you airbrush that away. You know, anybody who walks up and down there sees that. I mean, that's one of the real last eyesores there, except for 1005, where they're stealing the Johnny D's old bricks as souvenirs. But that was also, I was told at the same meeting, that they had a demo permit for 6 months. Well, nothing's done, and it's getting worse looking. So now it's going to be a second eyesore on A1A on the north side. So those are the two buildings. The third thing is you have 127 Lehigh. And I spoke to the chief. You have the back of the building on the southeast corner is vacant, and now they have boards off of it. So there's, activity there.
What?
Activity. There's people, homeless people that would like to be homeless people. They're accessing that spot because you wouldn't have a chair, windows taken out. That's access. Okay, so, do I need proof for them to sit there with a camera? So there's something to worry about there now that it's open. I still don't understand why a building could look like that when you let them put up a new tin building. But that's, so my wonder is why the building is opened again, which the last Larry Newsom had them boarded up when I came here, which was probably 2017. They boarded the windows. Now they're open again. Okay, another thing, same place, you have electric lines and water lines underneath the dock that you see. Can I show somebody?
You can just continue. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
So these are, safety issues. It's not. Also, that whole bulkhead is falling apart. So.
Can I ask you a quick question? Where is this?
That's 127 Lehigh Avenue.
Oh, this is 127?
Well, there's three properties. There's
Okay.
a tin building, there's that building, there's another building, there's two boats, houseboats. There's a lot of activity going on.
Okay, thanks.
So, and also with the docks falling apart, which I showed the picture, you have a dock devouring fungus, okay, and it eats out the bulkhead, the wood. Now, this article is when I lived in Palm Coast from 2009. So these things are still happening there. So that is just falling apart, that big dock. Now, I live on the water. What happens when the proverbial storm comes in and that washes away?
Can we give you about another minute to finish up?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, and then, so I'm done with that. Over the bridge, you have a sign, walk bikes. Now, everybody with the electric bikes are riding that side. I know we have a sign that says walk bikes, but you really can't see it. And I know that's DOT and whatever, but you guys did put two signs up, but you still have a lot of bikes. And the electric bikes aren't a regular bike. These people, my grandmother could ride that at 30 miles an hour. So they're kind of dangerous. Okay, so. And last but not least, graffiti on the bridge poles. If you go there now, you'll see a couple of tags. Now the tags are getting bigger. The next step is full-size tags. And, it's all blight for the city. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments?
Mayor Susie, when any one of the properties, the...
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you can't just address from me. You have to come up to the mic. Need your name and your address, please.
So way, I'm a 54-year resident of Flagler County. Miss Jane knows me, Eric knows me. Susie was a little tiny girl when I met her. Okay. And the gentleman that just spoke, any of those properties qualify under eminent domain?
No.
Can the city take those?
Okay. You can ask the question, we'll answer once you finish.
Okay, and is one of the properties he mentioned owned by Howard Sklar?
We'll answer that when you finish as well. Right.
See, so these are things the city needs to get done as quickly as possible for your good and everybody else's good. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Try one more time here. Hey, and along his same lines, I just want to say...
Need your name and...
Oh, Robbie Robert,
Yeah.
600 Cumberland, Flagler Beach, Florida.
Thank you.
The Whale Watch Motel.
Oh,
You can add that to your list there.
Please, sir, just address...
Okay, so I came to talk about a safety issue also. Today's Thursday. On my side of town, that means I call it anything day. If you put it out in front of your yard, Rob Smith's guys come and get it. And people put stuff out in their yard in every kind of mishmash container there is. And I'm always picking them up or kicking them out of the road because the wind blows them into the road. Even on a day like today when we had little to no wind, I almost got ran over by somebody kicking a garbage can out of the road. Anyway, my suggestion is we got those Flagler Beach, what do you guys call them, tippy carts? I own one. I think everybody should own one. So I don't see any reason that we don't, make some sort of an ordinance that maybe by the end of the year, you have a tippy cart garbage can. They're pretty heavy. I've never had mine blow over. Or have I ever picked one up in the road blown over? But those little, $8.99 Walmart cans get strewn all over town. They're a road hazard. I know you've all seen them. You can't live here and not. And I'm just going to suggest that maybe we, do something as a city that you need to have a tippy cart out there to haul your garbage out to the street or trash or whatever you want to call with Rob Smith picks up. That's it.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Good day. My name is Kevin Carey. I live on 7th, North 7th. Been here about a year and a half now. I love our little town. You probably have received my emails, all of you. Thank you to the commissioners and the chief for bouncing back to me. I appreciate that. I believe we have a real problem down by the boardwalk along, just south of the Funky Pelican. I walk along the boardwalk every morning a couple of miles, and we've got a dog waste problem there with no signage. And I understand the hesitancy to place signs and, kind of muddy up the beauty of the little town here, but we do have the little signs all around our parks and even in front of our library, reminding some of the irresponsible citizens. Now, I'm not saying that, and I'm not a dog hater, I'm not saying that, but there are irresponsible citizens that aren't following the rules. I know enforcement is a problem. You literally can't do that. But if we can have just little reminder signs, and I took some pictures of the ones that we have in our parks, I think it would just be a tremendous help. And you've all seen these, I'm sure, if you can have this copy. And that's really just my comment. I wrote it's a health hazard, and I'm not gonna give you a problem without a potential solution. So that's what I can afford to y'all. And I know budget is limited, but just some small signs along the south end of the boardwalk near the Pelican, because I can count literally a dozen restaurants within 100 yards of that. We've got Tortugas, and we've got the little ice cream shop and Funky Pelican and the burger place, and all of that is right there. So we're talking about a health hazard. That's just simply that. That's all I have for that. We don't really need to put those bag dispensers up because that's another littering problem with that. But if we had some kind of small signage. The other thing I'd like to say too, thanks to the chief for coming back to me on my email about the speeding. We do have a speeding problem on Central and Flagler, Daytona, Central and Flagler, and I see it during the day. Typically, it's going to be some contractors. I've seen contractors up to 50 miles an hour going down Central and on their phone, and it's terrifying because there's kids, and I'd like to keep our town as peaceful and slow as possible because I ride around in my golf cart too. So that's my second point. And the last thing I'd like to wrap it up is I say no to the splash pad at Wickline, please. Let's keep that Six Flags and Disney, and let's just keep the charm of our little town and not have a whole, to do about that. I think they can fix up the little park, but I just don't see the resources expended for the water for that. It's not responsible in a drought situation, and I just don't see it. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Chair Brian.
Good evening.
Members of the committee. My name is Paul Ike. I live on Flagler Avenue, North Flagler Avenue here in Flagler Beach. I'll try that. How's that? There you go. All right. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let some of the people know that I am still representing the city at the Transportation Planning Organization in Daytona. And I have not been here for a while to let you know what's going on there. I think I will take that opportunity now just to give you some very basics on what I am seeing occurring. One of the things that I saw kind of caught my attention. This is a project that is fully funded in Ormond Beach. It is a mid-block pedestrian crosswalks project. Total cost that is fully funded for that project. Now, granted, Ormond Beach is much, much larger than we are, but they did manage to secure almost $3,900,000 worth of funding to do these projects. We have some crosswalks here. We've made some progress. The crosswalk by the Funky Pelican, slowly but surely with our residents, has proved to be effective. Our education with the tourists probably could use a little bit more work. The other thing that I wanted to just let the commission know about is that in regards to other projects that this subcommittee is funding, there are 7 sidewalk projects that have been fully funded by this subcommittee and approved by the board of directors. One wayfinding signage project. And we did a signage project here about 4 or 5 years ago. It's still up. People still use it. I didn't know if that needed to be redone or looked at again, but the possibilities are there. The reason that I'm bringing this to you today is simply because every single one of these projects that I'm talking about right now is occurring in Volusia County. There is not a single project on this list in Flagler County. And I may remind you that when I first took over this position, the only place in Flagler County that had any representation was the city of Flagler Beach. And because of that, because of the commission at that time's desire to keep people and be informed of what's going on, the TPO was informed that they must expand their boundaries so that now not only does this TPO cover Volusia County, but it also covers Flagler County, Flagler Beach, the city of Palm Coast, and Bunnell, and our neighbors right up to the north. So if you have any questions about projects that people may be coming to you for, such as the project where we put the sidewalk in for the kids getting on the school bus, please remember that the city has my phone number. You're more than welcome to call me. You have my email address. I'm there for you should you want to gather any additional information. So,
Thank you, Paul.
Chair, I just had a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Paul, this has been going on for years. We keep, all this money gets funneled in TPO and we miss it. What action items do we need to do as a city to keep this from happening?
If I were to pick a particular one, I would say that the difficulty that people have riding their bicycles down A1A is probably one of the most important. I don't know about anyone else, but I have seen an increase in the number of people riding their bicycles, these motorized scooters, and other things on the sidewalks. Our sidewalks are not bike trails. So the way to do that is to take the long view on that and to actually ask for people to come down here and take a look at the possibilities of putting some kind of safe bike path through the city and where that could be done. We talked about that a few years ago. It didn't quite happen, but what you're actually looking at, and I can't sugarcoat this, is probably a project that you're looking 4 or 5 years down the road if you start this year.
And when you say have people look at it, which people are you referring to?
They have contractors through the TPO that will come out and do feasibility studies, and that's generally the first step in these kinds of projects, is to get accepted on the TPO's Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee as a reference for a feasibility study for that, or if you have a sidewalk project that you really think needs being done. And then the TPO would look at various contractors to come out and do that feasibility study, and that would bring you along the line to actually requesting a project. And yeah.
Go ahead, Jay.
I agree that the bicycle situation is a problem. But at one time, the sidewalk on Lambert Avenue was on that list.
Correct.
No more?
I don't believe that that project is on the list any longer, primarily due to one of the owners basically saying no, she didn't want anything to do with that project, and it just languished. It was on the list for almost 7 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And
because of one homeowner, it got taken on?
I look at the beach project.
Yeah.
I would be curious if that owner still lives there.
It's a possibility. What I would be more than happy to do is to double check my information and bring it back to you at your next
I'd
meeting.
appreciate that. And how much opportunity, I remember when Marshall was involved, he said there wasn't a lot of opportunity for Flagler County, anybody from Flagler County to really have much influence. But when you go to those meetings, how much do you feel that you can influence what happens?
I would say since that time, the influence has increased in this regard. The board of directors brought a group of small towns and cities together in one lump, gave them one vote. That's primarily what Marshall was talking about. However, the board of directors also is open-minded about references that are made by their subcommittees. This particular subcommittee, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Subcommittee, often refers projects that they have deemed worthy of funding. And the idea of projects in Flagler County has met with more of approval from more people. And the reason I can say that is because it was that same group of people that allowed me to actually chair that subcommittee for 2 years. Okay. And they are willing to listen, and they're much more open-minded now than they were in the past.
Thank you. Cool.
Okay, Commissioner.
Paul, just a quick question. Would the TPO pay for the feasibility study, or would the city be responsible for?
Again, what I would say is if there is a cost for a feasibility study, and that's a very real possibility, the city could be on the hook for 10%.
Okay, 10%, okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm receiving text from Commissioner Sherman.
He's on the TPO.
Who's watching it on the TV, and he's on the TPO. And he and Karen are working on these issues, and he said, let me just read what he said, that Karen and I are working on the plan of attack for the TPO. We are strategically looking at how to approach the TPO, and he said that the city of Pearson is our small town voting member. So I just thought I would share that.
Okay.
So he's working on it.
All right. Paul, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
I know it was over to 3 minutes, but I think it was important.
Yeah, and Paul's he's on
He's
the committee.
he's on
so that's
committee. Safety's always important.
William, could you repeat that last sentence? Pearson is
the voting member.
Pearson, the city of the town of Pearson is the small town voting member.
So that whole group of like 30 small towns that we get lost in, we get represented by,
Yes.
oh, wonderful.
Yes, and they are talking to them and working with them.
So we have an agricultural area representing us. Wonderful.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Yeah, Rick Bellimer, Flagler Beach. I wanted to speak real quick about what you're just talking about, too. I just got appointed by the county to keep my foot in the door of the TPO as far as a Citizens Advisory Committee representative with the county. So there is a process, it's usually initiated by staff and taken to this, and working with the staff of the TPO to get these things. There's a period of time where you fill out an application to get projects on the list. So that's how that's done. You guys got in front of you a picture of no parking signs along A1A. I know that the police struggle to keep people from stopping on the side of the road to take pictures and so on and so forth, and I'm sure they get the excuse, well, I'm not parked here, I just stopped for a little bit to take a picture. So I was just up north, and I was on this one road. They didn't want anybody stopping or parking. So that's exactly what you did. If you turn your picture over, you got no stopping anytime. So that's a little clear. People can't argue their way out of it because they can't say, well, I wasn't parked here, I was just stopped for a minute. Well, they can't use that excuse anymore. So, and the police would be able to issue tickets each and every time as opposed to warnings. So I think that would be a really good way of dealing with people parked on the dunes northbound on A1A. Then you get down by Snack Jacks, you could put up a sign saying no stopping next 2.4 miles, which is how far it is to the end of to 8th Street South. So just a suggestion, I'm sure it would have to be filtered through FDOT, but I mean, no stopping means no stopping, period. So that would have to have an effect. Another thing I wanted to bring up is garbage. And I'm speaking of commercial garbage. Commercial properties are supposed to contain and conceal their trash. There are many businesses that follow that. Tortillas, lots of them do. They do what they have to do to follow the rules. But there's more that don't follow the rules than are those that do. So I would really, you drive up and down these roads and there's tippy carts, laying haphazard all over the place. And it's unsightly and it's against our rules. So I think we really ought to start squeezing people and making them follow the rules, because there are businesses that spend a lot of money to conceal their garbage, and most don't. So that's what I got for today.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Sorry. Angela, here on Joyce Street, and I just want to comment, I'm encouraged by what Paul said about bicycling. I've attended the Parks and Rec meeting, and I really believe that's what we should be selling here, is a bicycling, barefoot type of community, and I would love to participate with any board. That's it.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Chris Pocky, Flagler Beach. I know it's on the agenda, but I'm still concerned about the fireworks, spending the money for it or not. And the last time, the reply that I got, unless I misunderstood it, was that the money had already been allocated for it. And what I wanted to know is, if that is so, is there any reason why, if we don't approve it, that money can't go into next year's budget? We could surely use that for water pipes. That would be my preference for that. And the other thing that I was curious about is not only the cost of the fireworks, but what other costs are involved with the fireworks. I know the chief said that they'd have to be policemen, extra policemen. I don't know if that cost any money. I don't know what the total cost is, which I think should be considered when we make our decisions. The next thing is I've decided to become involved in some of the city commissions. I've been here a few times, and I want to continue that. And one of the things that I noticed talking to my neighbors, when I mentioned that I was going to do that, the response I got every time literally was, a roll of the eyes and good luck, buddy. They just do what they want to do no matter what you say. I don't believe that. It hasn't been my experience right here. But the problem then is that's their perception. And I'd like to work to change that. Because if that's their perception, that's what they believe is true. Perception is truth. And I'd like to work trying to change that for all of us. In the next couple of meetings, I will bring specific thoughts that will hopefully you can analyze and say, what's maybe on the right track for us? Maybe this would help change that attitude that we have. And I will, like I said, I will do that by starting out with not what do we disagree on. That's easy. But I always found that if we want to try to come to some agreement or compromise or get work done, let's define what we agree upon. And I'll bring a list of those. And we see if we can get some agreements here, a course of action kind of a thing. Then we can work from that to get things accomplished. So that's where I'm going to be going with only 3 minutes. Of course, I'm not going to try to do that now. And the other thing is, I think, Chairman Bryant, you had mentioned one time about identifying who Flagler Beach is, what are we, where are we going, what do we want to be known as? And I gave that a little thought. And what appealed to me was either the word tranquil or serene. Flagler Beach, see and hear the ocean. We've done pretty good seeing it. We're not doing so good about hearing it. It's kind of hard to take a walk at night around here and listen to the ocean. There's too many amplified sounds drowning it out. To me, it's a little gem, and I'll go into how we can protect that gem because we're not doing a good job protecting it as far as I'm concerned. I know when I first moved here, I asked people, oh, how come Flagler Beach? It's quaint, it's different, it's small, it's this, it's that, blah, blah, blah. I never once heard one person say, the only thing that would make it better, we need more tourism, and we need more restaurants, and we need more gift shops. Not one person ever said that to me. And that makes me wonder, because it looks like, I've heard people say here, we don't want to become another Daytona Beach. But when you look around, we're slowly heading that way. Maybe we can change that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm not rolling my eyes. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. And we'll address some of the issues that were brought up during the, I'll start with the last one, and the gentleman here talked about the fireworks. The dollars for the fireworks are actually allocated by the Tourist Development Council, and if they're not spent, then they actually stay with the Tourist Development Council. They don't roll over, so they are expended at the end of the year, so they can't be rolled over into the next year. And they couldn't be expended for pipes or anything of that nature as well. Mr. City Manager, would you like to take on the vacant buildings and, for example, Johnny D's and some of the others that are vacant? I know there's some guidelines that we have and some rights that those individuals have as well. So you can
yeah, I might defer to Drew, who knows more about some of these cases, but we've got the addresses written down and we'll follow up.
Okay.
Because my understanding is many of these are in code enforcement and it takes time.
Sounds like building maintenance issues. The one why I was leaning forward, because the one part that I did want to address the question that was asked, because the word eminent domain was used. I think the word that might have been meant was condemnation. Are they candidates for condemnation? Because eminent domain is when we take something for a public purpose to build something. Condemnation is when demolition condemnation is when the condition of the building is structurally so unsound. Really, when I try to put this in layman's terms, could something or could a component of that building fall on somebody's head and hurt them? Then it becomes a candidate for condemnation. So when code enforcement goes out, I'm sure the building official will check and see if there are any concerns on the structural stability. If there are, then yes, there is a threshold at which a building becomes a candidate for condemnation, which would mean tearing it down, but it does not mean the city taking ownership of that.
Okay, now in regard to some of the buildings that have been sitting there for a while vacant and creating what we consider to be blight, there's some guidelines and ordinances that we have in regard to that as well, as far as notifying those individuals, correct?
It all comes down to the property maintenance codes, but yes.
And then they have a certain period of time in order to take action on it before we can actually take an action against them.
Well, reasonable time, yes.
Okay.
Typically, that standard is reasonable time, and unfortunately, when a building needs a lot of work, that time is actually more, even though it's a more urgent issue. So, and that's where things like boarding up windows as stopgap measures come into play. But as long as code enforcement follows up on those, then I'm sure I will learn more about those buildings as we move forward.
Okay, I appreciate you bringing that up because those are some issues that we certainly be concerned about. If someone's going in and starting to tear the boards down and that kind of thing there, we need to be aware of it. So we appreciate that. The next item, bike walking, let's see, it was walking graffiti. I'm sure we'll have our code enforcement go out and look at some of the areas to see if there's graffiti that needs to be addressed as well. As far as the biking and walking across is it over the bridge area that they're talking about?
I've noticed this too. I walk the bridge myself, and I've noticed that there are more and more people being on the inside of the concrete barrier where the pedestrians are versus being out on the other side. And I asked one person, he said, well, my parents won't let me ride over there near the traffic. Well, that's where you're supposed to ride. And if you have a concern, then don't ride on the bridge. But I didn't have a chance to have that conversation because they were whizzing by. Okay. So I've noticed it as a problem, and it is a DOT property. And yeah, we can, maybe make the signs more visible, but people continue to violate it, and I don't know what we could do about it.
Okay. In regard to the garbage cans that are blowing out in the road and this kind of thing here, we can't force people to have tippy carts. We can only suggest it. So anyway, if you want to elaborate on that, you can do so.
Well, all I have to say about that one is that if we were to make it part of the garbage requirements that you have one, we could assess all of the people for the cost of them, because like we did for recycling, we had to put a fee on it, and that's where we generated some of the funds to put the new blue tubs out. So it would be an expense that all of the garbage customers would have to pay. And I don't know what those tippy carts cost, but I imagine there'd be at least $40, $50 a piece.
I think they're about 75, 70.
Okay, 79, I was too low. Yeah. So we would just have to assess people for that to do it.
Well, I think that would be prudent for us to probably take a survey or try to, before we start enforcing something like that, to try to at least find out what the number are.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable enforcing that, asking everybody to pay another $80 for a garbage can.
Okay, well, I appreciate the comment, and I guess it's something we can look out for if it starts to become a real problem, real hazard, and I guess it's something we can, again, consider and look at.
Well, more than if people didn't put their garbage out the night before, that would be helpful. You're not supposed to put it out until 7 o'clock in the morning. There are rules that we have that I think if those were enforced would help. I'm not saying there isn't an issue. Our bills are getting higher and higher for variously good reasons, but to then add on top of that the cost of a new garbage can, I'm not happy with that.
Mr. Phillips.
Some people might not know that we actually offer the sale of tippy carts. Can we put it, I know we used to have it on our website. Can we throw something out there again, kind of at the top?
I think that's a very valid point.
But they're hard to get. I mean, the lead time to get them is
yeah, but people can at least.
But yeah, they could put on order them and we put them on a list. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I know it because, it's probably way down on the list and people look at the top of the website, so.
I think it's a valid point because when I first moved here, I didn't know it. I ended up buying a big one at Home Depot or something, so, but it's a big one.
Second from the top.
Okay, dog waste. I appreciate the gentleman's comment. I remember seeing your email a couple of times, actually. I think I responded. And that is something that is great concern. I think that, it's always going to be a problem. I have it on my street. Some people just don't pick up after their pets. I think it's a tremendous problem if this is occurring on the boardwalks and on the beaches. And here again, it's an enforcement issue that we'd have to try to address. And maybe we can use taking the chief's approach to positive reinforcement is maybe putting something out and encouraging people to pick up after their animals. And I'll just say dogs because it could be more than that. Yeah, Commissioner.
It's a problem on the boardwalk. There's probably not one day that I don't walk out of my business out onto the boardwalk that I don't see that. A potential suggestion is we have the dog bag receptacles. They're not in that area because that is not a dog-friendly area. I get it. However, putting them not on the walkover like we normally would, you could put them along the fence potentially. I do know that when I see it, I do confront those owners because I am an avid dog lover, as y'all know, and that to me is not okay. So I go out there and I'll say, hey, do you need a bag? And most of the time it's yes. The times they say no, then I'll say, good, then you're going to get that. And then all of a sudden they need a bag. But having access to the bags might help. It might be a consideration, city manager. I don't know how you feel about it. The beach is not a dog-friendly area, but the boardwalk is. So potentially putting them in spots along the boardwalk might help.
Agreed. I don't know if the gentleman got my message or not, but I've asked the staff to pull together some signage and, of course, the doggy bags. And, we're not going to litter every inch of it up, with signage, but we are going to try to post some things. So we're working on it. And, again, it just takes time for us to get the signage together and get them up.
Okay, hopefully people will, because even those signs are up and the bags are out there, some people just don't pick up after their dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
The mayor wasn't there at the last cleanup, but I showed up late. And the thing that I picked up was dog waste on the boardwalk. So it's a problem.
Other duties as a sign.
Yes, sir.
What paragraph of his contract was that?
Other duties as a sign. Okay, crosswalks. I think the only thing we'll comment on that, we're not going to go into a lot of discussion on it because we do have the police chief and our staff are working on some areas with some things with DOT in order to address the crosswalks to make them safer. And so that actually is being addressed. So I don't think we need to elaborate on that a lot. No stopping or standing signs, Mr. Bellingham brought up. Yeah, I've seen the no stopping and no standing signs as well. Here again is getting with DOT with more signs or changing out signs.
I'll get with the chief and DOT. I think it's a good idea.
Might be able to just change the signs out from no stopping and from no stand.
I have a question of the chief. If somebody is parked directly under a no parking sign and says to you, I'm not parked, I'm stopped, do you not at least give them a warning?
That's when he gets a headache.
Tomato, tomato. If you're stopped,
you're parked.
And we had that appeal. I remember, was it this last set or two sets ago of parking citation appeals? We had somebody who made that he was sitting in his car eating his lunch, and he got a parking citation while he was sitting in his car eating his lunch, and the magistrate upheld it, said, no, you're parked. But that was the argument that part of the argument he was making.
And right in front of the sign, too.
Yeah. Part of the argument he was making was I wasn't parked, I was sitting in my car.
So semantics, it doesn't work.
Yes, or you can call it word salad. It's the same thing.
But that's his perspective. But remember, too, part of the signage is the reader's perspective, and no stopping does mean just like this. I think the person who's making the argument was making it honestly. He was making a distinction between stopping and parking.
I could turn that around. I stop at a stop sign. I don't stay there.
I understand. I'm just making the point. I'm not saying right or wrong here. From law enforcement's perspective, I agree with Chief. They can write a citation under either sign. Okay. But from the person who's coming in, and we've had so many of these out-of-state people, I think you've even been to a couple, I didn't know that's what the rule was here. I'm surprised you didn't know that's what the rule was, but yes, that's the rule, and there's so much of that goes on.
They don't know they can't park in the wrong direction either.
Right. So I don't know if it would help anything, but I'm just making the point that no stopping, no parking doesn't mean much difference to law enforcement. People who are reading those signs, we don't know what they're thinking, and it might make a difference.
I think it might make a difference because have you been to Alamorada lately?
Not lately.
They have no stopping, no standing, no nothing.
Well, I was called to the podium and I stopped.
Because you cannot stop there.
And I'm standing at the podium, but I don't think I'm legally parked at the podium. I mean, I think no stopping, standing, or parking is fine, but then you could put, don't take any pictures.
Exactly.
You know,
Unless
don't
you're
put hands-free on your cell phone. But I don't think it's a bad idea, and I'll be more than happy
think it's worth
to email
looking
DOT and see what they say, so.
Appreciate it.
I would like to add that it is increasing. I live across the street from 5 no parking signs. Someone used to park once every couple days, then it was once a day, and now we're up to, I think the signs are invisible and only I can see them at this point because they're stopping constantly. And it's actually a section of the dune that's very compromised. And every time they pull up, I hold my breath that their car doesn't roll off. And those signs are there for a reason and people just don't understand it.
And Chair, with regards to the dog waste, Mr. Carey and I have been in contact via email, and we did put out a little educational campaign Tuesday night on Facebook that said, be the responsible species, pick up your dog's feces. So we'll continue to promote that in the future.
Maybe we can make a sign about that.
Thank you, Chief.
But you can't park in front of it or stand in front of it or stop there.
Just pick it up.
They're going to start pausing now. Watch.
Okay, I think we've addressed all the issues that came up during public comment, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Trash cans? I thought I talked about trash cans. Oh, commercial cans. Okay. That's something that it's just an enforcement issue, and we'll have to get our staff to look at that. So notes have been taken, and the city manager will follow up on that particular one. Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Any comments other than striking the minutes from May 9th? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone want to comment on the consent agenda? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Motion to approve.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
That was not easy.
Got a motion and a second. I think we can do a roll, just announcement on this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. And we'll move on to the next item, which is number 8, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a contract that is kind of part of our emergency management process. If you are to receive FEMA funds for any kind of, what's that?
We have the funds.
If you want to, yeah, I know they're waiting.
I forgot about it too, I'm sorry.
Chair, question.
So if you want to come back.
8 under consent agenda?
We approved the consent agenda. It's not on the consent agenda.
No, but.
8 was on the
8 was
consent
on the consent
agenda.
agenda.
Now we're going to 9,
That's
which
right.
is the consultant.
Right.
Okay, which was time certain, so we're ready to go to that.
That was, did you get
You have an
the,
old agenda.
did you get the one with 8 highlighted and underlined? It was on your desk, probably.
Yeah, 8.
It's the one that has the underlined
There.
with number
Oh,
8
here it is.
underlined.
Right. So we're looking for, now we would be, Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would be on 9,
Yes.
which is the healthcare options.
That's
Correct.
correct. That's correct. You're right.
All right. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to move to the laptop over there.
Okay.
The consultant will be able to, you'll be able to see and hear the consultant, but he will not be able to hear you directly, so I'll have to feed questions to him over here where he can see and hear me. So I'll move over there.
I don't see them on here.
He said that they timed out, and he's trying to get back on. Hey, John. Oh, all right. Y'all come in? Okay.
I don't, okay, there he is.
All right. Okay, we're letting you in. Hold on. Okay, hold on. All right, can you go ahead and turn your video on and your audio? And we share your screen.
Debbie, can you kick that chair towards the state flag?
That was not a kick.
My head in the way? Okay.
There
we go. That's a kick. That wasn't a kick. Can you see Jay?
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Chairman, we have John Davis, our healthcare consultant, live from Chattanooga.
Hello, John.
So, John, if you could go ahead with your... Oh, I'm sorry, I got to hang it up. Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good. Let's thank you for your time. Let me switch you in the interest of time to this presentation that I'm going to make. And hopefully you call me, William, if my voice doesn't come through for some odd reason. Like we should be okay.
Can you guys invite John to share his screen so you can see?
Yes.
I'm asking you, I made it where panelists can share.
Can you go ahead and try it, John?
Okay, we're trying right now. Here we go.
There it goes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it up now?
Yes, sir.
It is if you hit F5 or do slideshow.
Right. Okay, so again, thank you for your time and your attention. I'll go through this as quickly as I can, and at the end, if you've got questions, I'll be happy to answer those questions. The first slide, by way of introduction, tells you about my history, and Mr. Whitson can give you more of that if you want to see it. It tells you what I've done in my past and the awards in the industry I've won. The short version is I've won all the awards you can win for group health insurance and life insurance, and I've won the top awards in every area, and I've won them consistently. And the East Tennessee version of that, folks, is that even a blind hog finds an acorn every now and then. And what that means in this presentation is if I haven't learned in 40 years how this industry operates and how to be able to guide you with it, then I'm very much to be pitied. So what's the difference between me and your current broker? Well, your broker is a salesperson first and foremost. He or she can't risk offending you or they'll lose your business. And therefore, they're sometimes reluctant to tell you the unvarnished truth. I get paid a fee for telling you exactly what I see, even if it's not pleasant sometimes. And so what I would also say is that please don't mistake my passion after 40 years for rudeness or somebody feeling like they know it all. I don't know it all. I'm still learning. But my goal is to speak the truth, not to upset you. So first, let's pull back the curtain on some of what the insurance industry does. If we look at the cost of health care benefits over the last 20 years, there's really an economic depression. We've seen what should be $1 million nest egg crushed by health insurance costs, and that's because every time you give your employees a raise, usually the health care costs take virtually all of the money given to the employees in annual raises. So that's created quite a problem. The other thing we see, this is a municipality that I've worked with. This is Blue Cross of Tennessee, and I'm giving you an example here. This is a renewal, and you see down here there's a section on the bottom of this page, and I'm going to blow that up for you so you can see it more clearly. Unfortunately, Blue Cross Blue Shield all over the country in groups like yours really doesn't give you this much information anymore. but they used to give you a little bit more. And that shows you how the rate or how the renewal is figured. You see a base rate there of 3.78%. That's the changes that would have been implemented for healthcare reform. Then you see trend at 9%. That's the inflationary cost of medical care. Then risk adjustment, that's how much claim money that you used on a percentage basis. And then you've got changes in your SIC code. That's not going to change ever for you guys. And then you have demographic changes, and that would be a change to your enrollment mix in your company. But what you notice if you see enough of these, as I have, is on the next slide, and that is that the trend nationally in the Southeast, it's about 9%. It goes between 9 to 11%. And so what happens is no matter what the risk is, no matter what your claims are, you start out with a 9% rate increase on these health plans, on fully insured plans every year. And so if we look at that on a graph, many of you would know if I told you we're going to use the rule of 72, which investment people use, and that means you can take an interest rate and divide it into the number 72, and that will tell you how long it will take for rates to double. We can do that with insurance rates too. So if we start out with a 9% increase and we're at, let's say we're at $500 per employee per month on our cost of insurance, if we run that up by 9% a year, 9 goes into 72 8 times. So in 8 years, the rates double. So we're going to go from $500 to $1,000 in 8 years. And then in 8 more years, the rates double again. So we're at $2,000. So I will borrow a term from the environmentalists. I don't want to get political here at all, but I would say that's unsustainable. So what happens is, if you view in 12-month increments your problem, you'll not see the totality of the problem. So the question we've got to ask ourselves is not, what is our health insurance going to cost me this year, but what can I do to decrease cost over the next 10 years? The mindset of going, quote, out to bid every year creates part of the problem, and it's exactly what the insurance carriers want from you. They encourage this, but that doesn't solve our problem. So what we see is, and I've used $1 million premium on the left-hand side of this chart. If you all aren't at $1 million yet, but if you started at $1 million, what you see on a graph is whether you have a good year, an average year, or a bad year, the rates always go up. They just don't go up as much some years as they do in other years. And that's largely because of that 9% built-in trend. So insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of my clients over the years have done. So the areas we look at are risk financing, cost management, and plan design when we try to help any entity. And so these are different ways. On the left-hand side, you see what you're doing now, which is a fully insured group health plan. And that's where you transfer 100% of the risk from the employer to an insurance company. And I would say just straight up, you can never win that way, ever. So I like to work to the right-hand side of this red line on this graph, either with self-insurance via a captive or reinsurance purchasing cooperative, or self-insurance on a graded fund, what's called a graded funded plan, where we buy stop loss. In the larger companies, 94% of the Fortune 500 are all the way over here on the right. They're fully self-insured. They don't buy any insurance at all. They simply they hire an administrator to process and pay claims. You all aren't big enough to do that, but we can do some of that. So a captive, for example, allows employers to form a group of groups so that they can look and act like a Fortune 500 company relative to the purchase of insurance. Captive members all buy a partially self-insured plan, but part of the insurance is actually provided by this group of groups. And I don't want to get into the weeds on that. It's just a way to do what we need to do. So right now, if you renew your current plan with Blue Cross, your fully insured plan, I'm using numbers that Liz gave me. If you have just under a 9% rate increase, you're at $789,346. And again, in a good year, the increase will be small. In a bad year, the increase is large with no cap. But either way, you're going to pay more money. And the increase that you get will apply to the total $789,000. So if you get a 10% increase, your increase is about $79,000 next year, because they apply it to everything. So in a captive or partially self-insured plan, what we do is split this out. So you got these two buckets. In the one bucket, over on the left, we're actually paying a carrier, an insurance company, or a third-party administrator to process and pay your claims just like they do now. Employees don't see any difference at all. They still have an ID card with the same logo on it. But they function, the insurance carrier or the third-party administrator functions differently. We also buy a network. We rent a network, so they could use the same Blue Cross or United Healthcare, Cigna, Aetna network. We rent that from the insurance company, and then we buy what's called stop-loss insurance. And that cost, this is going to be really, really close. I don't have an actual bid, but I've done this so many times, I know almost to the penny what they're going to do. So it'd be about $363,000 to buy the insurance and to buy the administration and to rent a network. And then the other bucket has claims. That's solely to pay claims. Now, we would keep that in an interest-bearing checking account, and it's your money. And the only way anybody can take it out is if they have a claim to pay. And so what we do is we cap, or we buy insurance on each person. We buy insurance on the claims that could happen each month. So we cap your cash flow, and then we cap the claims for the year. So this number is not only claims for your year, but it would also pay what's called terminal liability. In other words, if you said, I hate this, at the end of a year, 2 years, 3 years, I want to get out of it, we'd have enough money in the pot to pay any outstanding claims to get out of a plan like this. Now, I would tell you, too, you don't want to even get in it if you're not going to commit to at least a couple of years in this thing. You don't want to do that just for 1 year. So the funding level, if you add these two buckets together, is about 15% more than your current cost. The increases in cost are only on the part inside the bucket on the left that is insurance. So your insurance cost out of that bucket is about $275,000. So if you got a 10% rate increase next year because your insurance costs went up, because you used the insurance, it's 10% of $275,000, not 10% of $800,000. So the increases are not as much at all. And we will not spend all the money in this bucket because the bucket includes enough to pay you out of this plan at some point in the future. You'll in fact spend less money on this plan than you would on your fully insured plan. So what about cost containment strategies? You want to do medical plan optimization, participant optimization, and RX planning. I want to hit just medical plan optimization because that'll be enough. And if I talk too much, all I'm going to do is confuse everybody in the room tonight. So let's look at some of these programs. So I'm going to skip around. Let's look at Centers of Excellence for Cancer. You've all seen these. Cancer Center for America. We use these centers of excellence because they get better results in a faster period of time. So long term, they're less expensive to plan. Now, you can't use that with your current plan. You have no flexibility, no ability to use these different tools. But in a self-insured plan, we've got some ability to use some of these items to lower your cost. So Centers of Excellence is one. Chronic disease management, for example, if somebody's on dialysis, that can cost $500,000 a year. But if you contract for that with a dialysis clinic on the front end, we lower that cost from $500,000 to say $300,000. But we have to negotiate that up front. We can do that in one of these plans. We cannot do it in your current plan. FIA Group is a legal group that does plan documents for us, so we can custom make the plan documents to fit and to have it say what you want it to say. So for example, in a plan document, we can say, hey, instead of, if you've got hepatitis C, instead of taking Harvoni right from the start, let's see what other drugs are available, and let's have you tested to see if your body is going to accept Harvoni. Now, why would we do that? Because Harvoni costs $75,000 a round, and we don't want to spend $75,000 on a Hep C case where Harvoni won't help it. So you don't just take the name brand drug that's advertised on the television. We take a pointed approach to this, a learned approach to this, and we can do that, and we can actually write that in the plan documents if we do the right planning for this. Let's go up to reference-based pricing. I wouldn't start you off with something like that, because what we do there is take Medicare and we use that as a reference. So y'all, I just had a hip replacement 5 weeks ago. MSRP on that's about $75,000. The PPO discount for that is about 50%. So the PPO would pay $37,500 for my hip. Medicare, on the other hand, will reimburse a hospital about $10,000 for that hip replacement. Big difference. So what reference-based pricing does is it says our plan is going to use Medicare as a reference for what we're going to reimburse for that hip replacement. Only they do that on all major surgeries. So they would say we'll pay 150% of what Medicare might pay instead of 350% like your PPO does. That saves a dramatic amount of money. There's some noise. Every hospital will not accept that, so we have to have our third-party administrator willing to negotiate those, but it does save us a lot of money, and it is a tool that would be available to you in some of these self-insured arrangements. It's not available to you now. The other thing we've talked extensively about is a shared on-site clinic. So we would have, and I'll show you a slide on that, we would have a clinic where your employees could go, and I'll come back to that in just a second. First, I want to hit on Springbuck. That gives us a database. So right now, you have no idea what your claims are doing or how bad you're into the insurance company until the end of the year. I've always wanted my clients to know exactly where they stand at any point during the year, how they're doing with their plan. So I want to get you data or any client, I want to get them data so we know how much we're spending on claims, year-to-date, total, any individual, etc. So this allows us to have that data. And let me go back to clinics. So direct primary care clinic, your employees would have unlimited visits with no copays for you and your dependents if you're subscribed that way. We can put copays in there if you want. Some people do, some people don't. Same day or next day appointments, there's no long wait times. If a doctor or a PA who sees you says, I'm going to see you at 10 o'clock on Monday, then you'll be seen at 10 o'clock on Monday. You're not waiting around the doctor's office. It doesn't take a half a day. If they need to spend 45 minutes with you, they'll spend 45 minutes. So you get quality time with your doctor and longer visits. You get the ability to call or text or email via telemed. You've got a network, usually of providers or clinics. You've got personalized care tailored to each patient's comfort level. So people use clinics more often than they'll go see a doctor because it's a monumental hassle to plan a cross-town trip to a doctor and then have to wait in that. I just went to the dermatologist today, got there about 3:15. I just got back here at about 5:45. So it takes forever to get in to see a doctor and have anything done. That doesn't happen with the clinic. And you've got medications and lab work at pass-through cost. I'll show you what that looks like. And a discounted cash price for imaging normally in physical therapy. The other magic about this is these clinics, what the spending there is, we buy that outside of the medical plan. And so the claims that go to the clinic, any claims for this kind of stuff do not impact your medical plan. So the insurance company or whoever's looking at your claims sees less, and that also will help lower your cost. So this kind of shows you some of the cost. If you do a complete blood count, a complete metabolic panel, instead of paying $300 for that on your health plan, the clinics do it for about $3.43. Now, over on the right, you can see the top 10 medications that are taken in the United States right now. And you all would know from using medical insurance yourself what those meds normally cost, even with copays. This is what they would cost at a typical clinic. So you can see some of those cost numbers that are very, very low because you are getting them at cost from the clinician. So a lot of times people say, well, isn't there a lot of risk in doing this self-insured deal? So my question is, what do you have to lose? If your claims blow up, meaning you have extremely high claims with any of the major carriers, Blue Cross, United, Cigna, Aetna, you name it, you can't tell me what your cap is going to be. With a self-insured plan, you're capped at about 15% over cost, even if you get out of it. But what happens if you're fully insured and your claims blow up? There is no way to predict that. They come in and they'll say, well, maybe here's a 35. I'm sure William's seen a 35 or 40 or 50 sometime in his career. I've delivered them. There is no cap. And so what happens is you get this hawking big old increase, and you start the renewal process with a huge rate increase, and then you hope somebody else is going to take you because you can't afford to stay with that insurance carrier. So you leave them, or you eat the increase. Your current contract is a deferred contract. So if you use it very much, then the pain is going to be deferred until next year. But you always pay the small claims in either case, whether you're fully insured or whether you're self-insured. Now, in the large claims, either the captive shares some of those claims, the stop-loss carrier and the self-insured paid, or the large claims are paid by Blue Cross or whoever. So they're not held against you. But small claims, you pay every single time. You don't ever escape them. And in a partially self-insured plan or a captive, if you don't have those claims, you keep your money. So you take that off the table on the front end rather than paying in advance for claims that you may not even use. And you say, well, the obvious question is, well, how does this work, John? Why does this work? Well, because 20% of your folks, year in and year out, use 80% of your dollars. And so most people, most of the time, what do? They go call the doctor, they get examined, they take a medication, they go home and sleep it off, and then they come back to work. 80% of your people use a medical plan that way. Very few, you only go to the doctor or the hospital, about once every 7 years. So most people, most of the time, are not using your plan for major services. And a lot of years, they're not even using it for small services. We just want to keep the money if we're not using it. We don't want to prepay to insurance companies for things we're not using. And that's the thrust of this, of what I'm talking about. So I would ask, which funding method is really more risky? So, you can tell me now, thanks for your help, John, go home. We appreciate your time. That'll be fine. I get paid a fee no matter what. I'm good with that. I can help you interview agencies or help you get bids from certain carriers or TPAs for some of these plans, and then I can interview agencies. I've worked with agencies all over the country, from New Jersey to Atlanta. I can find you an agency that can serve you and put one of these plans into force and take care of your employees. I was surprised, by the way, when I met with both your county government and Palm Coast, and when I did the presentation to the four of you, William, I haven't heard anybody in that entire group say, yeah, we're very familiar with the captive. Nobody even knew what it was. So you need to be introduced to a captive. You need to look at that. And I can get agencies that know of captives and work with captives and that deal with them on a daily basis. So part of the process I can do for you is finding the right broker. Now the benefit to you for me to do that is I'll make them pay me your fee. If you don't want to do that, if you want your current broker to do that, fine. Pay me the fee. We'll try to help your broker figure out what a captive is. They should already know, but apparently they don't. So I'm glad to help you any way that you would like for me to, and you can use me whatever way you want. So at this point, let me say thank you. I know this has been quick and brief, and does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. You were mentioning clinics. So how do you identify what the clinics would be for the employees to use? Would that be local that you would screen, or you have to set up a clinic? How is that done?
We would set up a clinic. And
Okay.
so one of the captives that I work with will set up one for you. And so what is involved in a clinic is simply going into an area and going to a doc that would like to get out of the quagmire they're in right now of the record keeping and so forth. They still have to keep medical records. But we want to find a doctor that kind of wants to do his own deal. And they get paid a capitated rate, meaning they get paid so much per person per month. So there's a threshold that most of these guys have to reach, and it's between 500 and 800 people, bodies, in order to be able to get enough money for them to fund the clinic, to get a doctor and a staff to go open a clinic for you. So I've talked to Palm Coast. I think they have some interest. I know that the people in your community, the independent businesses, would have an interest in this. So I think there's a way to reach enough critical mass with people. If we get enough people, I promise you there'll be interest in someone opening a clinic or clinics locally for you. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. Yeah,
John,
thank you.
If I may, real quickly, we've actually had Palm Coast provider contact us.
Okay.
They're looking for possibility of a clinic somewhere this way. So,
That's great.
Again, it just depends.
Well, they work real well. We've got 5 here in this area in Chattanooga now. And you wouldn't have an ever-increasing number of them if they weren't working well.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Phillips, you can go.
I have a couple of questions. You talked about prescriptions being available at the clinics. If the clinic does not have like a specialty prescription, would they write a script for them to take to a Walgreens or a CVS?
Absolutely.
Okay. My next.
And the clinic, by the way, let me stress this. The clinic is an option. You can still have a medical insurance plan if you like, with a copayment in it. I would make it higher. We want to give a financial incentive for the employee to go to the clinic because we can make it free, or we can make it $5 per visit or $10, whatever.
Okay.
But we don't necessarily negate their ability to go to their regular doctor if that's what they'd like to do and pay more money to do it.
Okay. My next question is, with self-insured, is there such a thing as HMO or PPO, or can people go wherever to their regular provider?
Did the network talk about that, John?
We would rent a network to mirror the network that they use right now. We want to get the same doctors and same hospitals as closely as we possibly can that they're using currently. And sometimes we can rent that network right from Blue Cross or from United Healthcare or Cigna or Aetna, but we want to mirror the doctors and hospitals that they're using right now, so the employees really don't see a difference in this plan.
And then, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
It does. And my last question, I'm not sure I'm going to say this correctly, but if we have independent businesses that want to participate, they also have to do the captive and the self-insured. Can they kind of?
No, ma'am. In fact, I would recommend the independent businesses that I have met with already, that Mr. Whitson introduced me to. I've had conversations with some of your business leaders.
Okay.
And what they can't afford the plan that you have.
Correct. That's why I'm asking the question.
And so, yes, ma'am. So what I've said to them is, if I were setting up a plan for you, I would set up a clinic, and then I would also set up a very high deductible major medical plan to augment the clinic. So that's about as least expensive a way to provide what looks similar to what you all have, but is not affordable to them.
Okay.
So we need to structure what they do. They would share the clinic for sure, but that would be the end of the sharing, if you will. They can't afford to do the other part of your plan.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There he is.
Oh, I thought you had a question.
I did. Debbie asked the same one.
Oh, okay. You may have answered both my questions, but I'm going to ask them anyway.
That's fine. You ask away.
If we set up the clinic, or a clinic gets set up, and some employee does not want to use that, you said they could, there would still be a network of doctors that mimics what we currently have, I think you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And
yes, ma'am.
So...
And unlike our former president, I'm not telling you, I'm telling you, yes, you can. Yes, they can go see their doctor. That really is true.
Yeah.
Don't want to get politically. I'm sorry. I should have said that.
No, that was good.
They can go see their regular doctor. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can they use an out-of-network doctor?
Yeah, your medical plan is still going to provide some benefits for out-of-network, but honestly, if you look closely, and let me try to go into that for a minute, because that's a really good question you ask. You really don't ever want to go out of network. Because let's go back to my explanation of a hip replacement. So your PPO gets a discount that the provider agrees to accept. So let's take a hip. The retail price is $75,000. PPO discount is half, and that's pretty normal for most of them. So the PPO would base their cost on $37,500. And they'd say, okay, John, you have a deductible to pay, and then you're going to pay 20% up to some number, up to your out-of-pocket, and we'll pay 80%, and then we're going to pay the balance. We're going to pay the balance of $37,500, right? So if you go out of network, what happens is there's still a bigger deductible to pay, and it's based on $37,500, and then they usually pay 60%, and then you've got a out-of-pocket number. But what they don't tell you is the other $37,500 you're also liable for because you're outside the network, and they don't get that discount. So you don't really ever want to go outside the network because it's way too expensive. Now, some people find that out the hard way by doing so, but particularly with a major surgery, you never want to go outside of the network. Does that make sense?
I don't like it. No, so, I mean, sometimes things happen to people.
I mean, that's on any plan, on any plan.
No, I've used out of network where it's been a little bit more, but not as extreme as what you're describing. Okay, you answered my question. And
I've had a major surgery, and that may be why.
So the difference to the employees is what? The difference to the employee between what we currently have, what we currently offer, and...
There's no difference. They'll get an ID card. The ID card will be, usually it's plastic, usually has a logo on it of the insurance carrier whose network we are using. And it'll have a logo of a third-party administrator on it. And they will go about using health insurance the same way they always have, unless we introduce a clinic, and then we want to have meetings to teach them how to use a clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, I guess that's all our questions.
All right, so John, there are no questions.
For now.
Now,
All right. Then let me thank you for your time, and if there are no more questions, I'll let you go back to your regular meeting.
yeah,
I appreciate your time and your
hold on
attention.
just a minute. So let me just kind of try and tie a bow on this, that the whole reason we wanted this on the agenda in advance of the budget workshop is,
Right now, we put the normal health insurance cost that's projected. Do I need to go in? Okay, I'm sorry. The normal healthcare cost that's projected, we put it into the budget. We have not put this model into the budget. The whole issue here is because it's complicated. I wanted to have plenty of conversation about it should you decide to go with an instead of the whole insurance model the way we are now to a self-insured model, because there is differences. So if you decided to go that way, I think you heard John say it might not save us money immediately. The concept here is, could we save money over time? And so wanted you to think about that. That's a policy choice, and it's complicated how it works. So I felt like instead of springing that on you in the middle of a budget workshop when you have another 10 or 15 decision modules on other subjects, let's go ahead and get this one out of the way early so that you had time to think about it. And if we need more follow-up, we will. So
when you present the budget, you're going to have a comparison with these two, with this and
yes,
what
sir,
we're
I can
currently
do that.
correct?
That's what the commission would
Because
like.
I don't know numbers right now.
Right. I think it would be wise if you could present during the budget the comparison so that we'd be able to revisit it and also be able to compare the differences, even though it may be long-term, short-term, at least we'll have some idea rather than trying to recall all this stuff here.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Yeah. John, have you signed up any government entities in Florida?
I don't have any entities in Florida yet. I've got one in New Mexico that you're welcome to talk to, but nobody in Florida yet.
Nobody in Florida, okay, because it might be worth.
And you have Tennessee, and do you have any in Georgia?
Tennessee, we've got some in Georgia. We've got, there's entities all over the place that use this, so it's not at all strange.
Okay.
The last question I have is, I know that you talked about business entities being able to write on this. I guess it would be a good idea to, before we start visiting this, is also letting some of the businesses know that this is available, or maybe possibly available, so that we can also, I guess the more that you have in that particular network, the cheaper it's going to be?
Yes, it's all about users, and
Right.
John has met with the leadership of FB3.
Okay, all right.
Oh, there will be
The other thing,
high
let me
interest.
throw one other
yeah.
thing out. I'm sorry, somebody brought up something. There's a difference between funding this plan, in other words, sitting money back into an account, and the actual plan cost. So the cost really won't be any more for the year that you're paying the cost. But in the event that you get out of one of these plans, there is an exit cost, and I have included that exit cost in the numbers that I showed you on the slide. And I'll get you that later on later
Okay.
if you want.
All right.
If you want a desire for me to come down there to another meeting, I'm glad to make another trip to Florida in person. But we'll go as deep into this as you'd like. I just wanted to hit enough high spots this evening to acquaint you with this and to tell you that's because the only if you don't do something like this, I'll tell you this: in 2 years you're going to be talking about the same subject again. Because you cannot possibly, Flagler Beach cannot possibly win with the insurance companies. It's a rigged game. And I say that having been in this industry for over 40 years, but that's the truth.
I believe it. Okay, that's all the questions I have, and it appears that the fellow commissioners don't have any additional questions.
Not until I see numbers.
Until we see the numbers. Okay. Thanks a lot, John. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll follow up with you. You have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was interesting.
Very interesting. Okay, next item is number 10. Mr. Whitson on sea turtle lighting.
Yes, sir. This will be a short and sweet report. We understand that the Florida Department of Transportation on occasion goes up and down A1A and collaborates with DEP to take a look at lighting, especially in a coastal beach town like Flagler Beach, to make sure that there are not lights on that would disorient the turtles and head them in the wrong direction, west as opposed to east. So the report we provided you came from them, and we invited a representative to come and speak to it, but they were not able to make this meeting. So we can do one of two things. You can take this report under advisement as it sits in my brief report and commentary on it, or you can table it for a future meeting and ask them to come and brief you. Either way, I think the bottom line is the community needs to be more aware that during turtle season, which is May 1st to October 1st, we need to, or November 1st, we need to be mindful of lighting so that the turtles aren't disoriented and go towards the land as opposed to the ocean.
I know that here in Flagler Beach, most people are pretty cognizant of the lighting, and they used to remind us of it. So is that something that we need to really?
Yeah, look at how many were on the list.
Well, I know there's a lot there, but I mean, if you want to have if you want to table it and bring it back again, then we can do that.
It's up to the commission. There were 4 lights that belong to the city, and we've flagged those, and our staff is working on shields and the follow-up to that. But the rest of it is outside our control. It's either commercial businesses or residents.
Okay, I guess we'll look for some input from the commissioners. Commissioner Cooley?
This report's routine, I believe it comes out annually. And usually someone from the city will go around to the folks, and I know because they've come to my business. And we have to have our maintenance crew come out and convert that upper light over to turtle-friendly bulbs. Just a heads up, and I don't think you're going to have any problem with compliance. That would probably be something that, potential code enforcement or something can just give. It's not a code item, but just a heads up from code, a courtesy thing. I know a lot of times that gets forgotten because we're going into the busy season for a lot of the businesses, and just a courtesy notice, and the businesses switch it over. I've already put a call into, our maintenance folks to switch it over, just like we do all the time.
Mr. Phillips?
No, really not any questions.
We certainly would be happy to put out more social media posts. I've already talked to the chief about it, but if there's any further action or reports that the board wants, I'll be happy to schedule that. Otherwise, we're just going to take this under advisement and move forward.
Well, can we contact the people that are listed here and say, it's great that I know that 2724 had the second and third story interior lights visible from the beach, but are the people who live there aware of this?
That would be where that courtesy notice comes from.
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work, but if that's what you want us to do.
We already have the
You can
addresses.
mail it if you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, somebody has to do it, and we're short-staffed. But we can do it if you direct.
Well, what was the point in doing this?
Bringing it to your attention and bringing it to the public's attention that they needed to be mindful.
I mean, I kind of agree with Commissioner Mealy. I think that, if a note or a letter or something to these individuals to remind them, so, granted, some people just move here to the area and they may not be aware, and just putting out a public notice may not necessarily,
And some may be
you'll have an
short-term
opportunity to
rentals.
speak in a minute.
Do we have little cards that we normally put out? I mean, and I know a lot of these are probably short-term rentals.
I just said that, yeah.
I think just making people aware. We have someone here in the public that they're on this list, and I bet that they have no idea, and they would be very compliant. They just need to know.
So however you want to handle it.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment, and we'll bring it back for some action. Yes, just open up for public comment, please.
Just a suggestion, I know that...
We need your name and your address, please.
Jane Gentile, Ude, Plantation Bay, on the other side of the tracks. Jay Gardner is going to be sending out the tax roll, the proposed tax roll soon. Maybe, just maybe, a little notice could go out to the Flagler Beach residents with the tax, when he does the tax notice. You might save some money that way. It's just a suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good idea.
Suggestions? Someone to volunteer to go to each one of these people? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Kevin Carey, 7th North. I just wanted to punctuate that I didn't say earlier that the social media blasts are far-reaching, and they're excellent. And I want to compliment the police department on how they do that. I was really overwhelmed with how far-reaching it is and how well done it is. So I just wanted to add that compliment. You could do the roller bins, the turtle lights, all of that, and without sending notices, it really is far-reaching. It's an excellent vehicle. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah,
for some
my only
recommendations.
comment on that, and yes, the work that the chief does is great. But as when we were talking about the no parking, no stopping signs, I can see people saying, well, there's no light out on the street in front of my house, and I have to be able to have a light on in my living room. Because if you look at this, maybe you haven't seen this, but it's a 3-story, many of them are 3-story residents with it's the interior lights, and people will say, well, that's not me. So I don't think that's enough in this case to, you know, I think most people would say there's no street light on in front of my house. That's enough.
I personally think, I know we're short-staffed, but I personally think a courtesy letter needs to go out to each one of these.
Okay.
Because I am sure they have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I think it means a lot more when you get a letter in the mail
Right.
specifically to you saying, you know, your lights are blinding or whatever. Okay, it seems like we got a consensus from the board to send out a personal note to each one of the individuals that are on the list. Is that correct? Okay. And we don't need a motion on that. We have an action. So the next item is number 13. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Number 11.
11.
Number 11. Drew?
This is just for discussion, so I don't have to read it. This is just a sample ordinance, like I said, I'd bring back for you. And this is on the chickens. It has my name next to it, but it's not my ordinance and it's not my idea, so I'll just let you guess that.
Okay, for the general public, there was a person that came up last meeting and suggested that the city change its ordinance to allow chickens as a means of subsidizing their diet to include eggs and meat. So that being the case, we asked the city attorney to look into it and bring it back, and we have it here. And
again, this is just a sample. This was not drafted for you. This is what Winter Garden did in 2018. Lots of jurisdictions have looked at it. Some have gone with it, some have not. But this is what Winter Garden ultimately adopted when they did decide to allow the chicken keeping.
Okay, well, I mean, we're going to get comments from the commissioners here. I mean, a week or so ago, I think I distributed a document that I've used from research on chickens, and also Commissioner Phillips, you want to comment?
Yeah, I do. I'm the one that actually requested this be put on the agenda because of the resident. I wanted to be respectful of that. Where I used to live in Chicago, we were allowed to have chickens. We could have up to 3. So I had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That was their names. They actually became our pets. And the positive thing is they produce eggs. The negatives, the cons are, there's a laundry list of it. As we all know, they're messy. Ours weren't noisy. Ours didn't make any noise. We didn't have roosters. But I'm really not in favor of moving forward in Flagler Beach. Because where I lived on 2 acres. So they were able to roam free. Yeah, they jumped neighbors' fences, but they always came back home. So chickens are wonderful. I mean, the eggs they produce are amazing. But I just don't think in our environment here in Flagler Beach with our small lot sizes, it's something that we should change.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Did you have something?
The only feedback I have is this comes up about every 2 years like clockwork. We have 50-foot lots here. No. Just no. We're not on 50-foot lots. There's a reason why when you do agriculture, they usually stick it with a minimum of 5 acres. There's reasons for that. 2 acres, even that's workable. Chickens are small, you know, as rabbits. We aren't 50-foot lots.
Okay, Commissioner Mealy.
Okay, I was going to say that, but there's also the noise factor being on small lots. People complain about dogs barking. Well, you can bring your dog in the house, or you can train your dog not to bark, but you cannot train a chicken not to chirp or cluck or whatever. And you don't think you're going to bring them in the house.
Okay, well, I think that we got a consensus that there won't be any chickens in Flagler Beach, at least not roaming.
You can get your farm fresh eggs at the farmer's market.
Exactly, which I did. They were amazing. But Drew, thank you for putting that together. I just want to be respectful of person.
And here again, respectful for the individual that brought it up. I understand it, but it's not very practical in Flagler Beach. So that being the case, it's going to just die for no interest.
Come back up in 2 years.
Come back up in 2 years. Okay.
Actually, it was 10 years since we...
It hasn't been since
the last one was 2012.
Just since I've been here, we've addressed it.
We have? Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I have 2, both ones, just to let you know, I expect you will see your next commission meeting an interlocal agreement, or actually an amendment to the existing interlocal agreement with Palm Coast, those Roberts Road developments. now that we're 20 years beyond when the shared services, the bulk water, now they're 20 years beyond when that agreement was done. They're in a very different place with their capacity. They're being more, instead of trying to look for somewhere to send their water, they're being mindful of their capacity. And given what we have going on and really just the complexity of that, I think everyone at the table at a management level has decided that it's best to carve that area B out of that. Area A where the Publix is would stay more or less as it is, with them providing water, us providing sewer. That area B, which is where those Roberts Road developments are, would just be us serving water and sewer, because despite that having been around for 20 years, nothing ever developed in that area B in that 20-year period. So this is really the first development that we have, and given the change in circumstances and then over that 20-year period, it just doesn't make sense. And really and truly looking at it with that perspective, I think all of us kind of came to the conclusion 20 years from now we don't want to be having this. Why do we want to make it complicated? So I think we're going to carve that out. I'm letting you know now because their commissions or their council schedule, they're going to take it to their workshop next week to let their council know that it's coming for decision at their end of month meeting. And I told their city attorney that I would just let you guys know so that there were any major concerns, I would be aware of it before they took it to their council. I didn't expect there to be, but I just wanted to give you a heads up and let you know that it was coming.
Thank you. It makes a lot more sense to me.
It does. Once we all, I think we all arrived at that conclusion once we really thought about it. And again, when you put it on that in that calendar of 20 years from now, do we really want to be having to figure out who pays for what, who services what, who takes care of what pipe? So the other is kind of goes a little bit to the 4th of July conversation that the city manager will report on actually. But the chief of police has talked, he's been talking to other chiefs about extra officers. We've had those conversations, I think, the last several meetings. Daytona Beach Shores has said they had, I believe, a couple of officers available. So they're trying to work out the mechanics of that. The solution that's been arrived at is just a simple mutual aid agreement between the two jurisdictions. Unlike the mutual aid agreements that we have with the county, this would be a limited purpose. So they would provide, it would be mutual aid for us, 2 officers at 4th of July, and our obligation would be 2 officers for an event of their choosing, subject to availability. Because of the timing of it, when Chief told me about it, I said I would prefer that mutual aid agreements come to you because there are obligations that fall on the city because of the timing of getting it lined up and councils having to meet. The chiefs can certainly sign off on that agreement on their own, but in best interest of the community, I wanted to bring it to you and make sure that you would be okay with your chief signing off on a mutual aid agreement with those terms. They provide 2 officers for us for 4th of July. We provide 2 officers for them for an event of their choosing upon our officer availability. Would you have any objections to the chief signing off on that agreement?
No, that sounds good.
Okay. Did I cover everything you needed covered? Okay. Yes, sir. That was it for me. Thank you. Mr. Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 4th of July, there's a lot of moving parts, but the main thing that I was responsible for was following up on the fireworks. And I think you have received a lot of email traffic. There is a contract on the dais available to enter. It's been given to the mayor. The insurance has been promised to come forward. We have an insurance broker that has said, okay, we're going to get the certificate to you. The way it would work, as I understand it, and Drew, you can correct me if I don't get this right, is should you decide to move forward tonight, mayor would sign the contract, and then within 7 days, they would have to produce the certificate of insurance. But we have a letter saying they're already, got it going. So for $5 million.
So 2 things. One, I just wanted to cover the contract, the draft that they have on at the dais.
There's no contract. We don't. I read it on my phone right before I came here, but I don't have a hard copy.
I have the document. It was emailed to them.
Yeah, I said I read it on my
don't have a
phone
copy
10 minutes before I got here.
We got a copy of the contract about an hour and a half before the meeting. I've been asking for it almost all week.
It's been emailed out.
It got emailed out an hour and a half before the meeting.
Just want to make sure
no time sooner.
what they have in front of them, that they understand what the difference.
We don't have anything in front of us.
I'd like to
Penny's working
add a
on it.
note, and if I can interject as well. I was asked to sign the contract on Tuesday. I was asked to come into City Hall to sign the contract. Let me just kind of take you through a little bit of a timeline. I wasn't able to come in and sign the contract on Tuesday. Wednesday, I was here for a finance meeting, was again given the contract, asked to sign it. It wasn't until I inquired about any changes, I was let known that the contract was changed. The price was increased, the time was reduced. I'm not comfortable, and I'm not going to sign a contract that's been modified and not told. That was an agreement that this body and this commission came to upon price and time. It was changed without this body's notification, without their permission or input. And it leads to me to start to believe about procedures for contracts. I'm not comfortable changing the procedure of how this body works, and I'm not comfortable with the city manager changing how the procedures of contracts work. So as long as I'm going to sit in this chair as a mayor for this city, I'm not going to sign a contract that has been altered without commission consent. So this body here can sign the contract, but I will not put my signature on it. I'm sorry.
So.
There's been way too many moving parts on this.
Okay, so let's get some order here. So what we're saying then is that the direction that we initially gave was for a contract, and the fireworks were approved for how much?
24,000.
No, initially. How much was allocated for the fireworks?
The allocation was 25,000.
Okay, so the total amount that we were allocating for the contract was 25,000. The fireworks company that we finally came up with came in, was that an estimate or was that just the proposal? What was that?
Yes, sir. He estimated he could do it for 24. And the typical timing of the shows we've been used to are 20 minutes.
Okay.
So, the terms that were changed, 24 to 25, had to do with the fact that part of the ordinance, or what I mean, not legal ordinance, but fireworks ordinance, to actually do the show is here in Florida. Then to do the length of show that the city wanted, he had to go out and find additional material, ordinance, fireworks, what have you. He was able to do that. They would have to be shipped down here from Illinois. And so there's a slight uptick in the price for that. Everything's going up. So I didn't see that being a big deal to change the price from 24 to 25,000. I'm sorry if I offended the mayor or this board, but I did not see that as a significant change. So I will take responsibility for that.
So in the timeline,
the timeline
3 minutes
is a matter of how you sequence the show.
It's 15%.
It's how you shoot the rockets. I mean, it's the difference between 17 minutes and 20 minutes. Again, I didn't see it as significant, but that's a matter of sequencing of the show. Means I'm sure he could stretch it out to be 20 minutes if that was a real concern.
Okay, so the bottom line here is this. We had an allocation of $25,000 that's being paid by the Tourist Development Council, right?
Correct.
Okay. We initially thought we were going to get a 20-minute show. We're getting 17. So now it gets down to whether or not we want to actually have a 17-minute show for $25,000 or no show at all, because the mayor said she's not going to sign the contract. And if no one else wants to sign it, and if this body has decided they want to send it, we only have one decision here. Either we're going to have a $25,000 show for 17 minutes, or we're going to have a $24,000 show for what? We're not going to have one.
Can I ask a question of the mayor?
Sure, absolutely.
So Mayor, if there's a consensus that we're okay with the change in the contract, will you sign it? Or are you saying,
No,
I'm
I'm
not going
going
to
off of principle.
Okay.
When there is a change of a contract, I need to be notified before it's given to me.
Okay, I just wanted that that's fine, I just wanted that clarification.
I believe we're all supposed to be notified. I've never heard of a contract being changed that commission has agreed on without commission's consent. Never have I heard of it.
Well, I agree with that, but I think it also goes back to how much authority had we given the city manager. I'm not being defensive, defending anyone here. I'm just trying to look at the principle of it. How much authority have we given our city manager authorization to approve as far as percentages? We're talking about, what is your authorization for signature without our authorization?
I have spending authority up to $20,000.
Okay, so you have a spending authority up to $25,000 in this particular $20,000 in this particular situation here. He uses authority to exercise a decision to spend an extra $1,000.
City manager does not have any right to change commission contracts. We've gone through this with real estate. And y'all have been here when we sold property. If we are giving the city manager bargaining rights, then we state it clearly. We will go up to, or we will go to here, and we define the parameters. Then the city manager negotiates within those parameters.
I guess that's why I asked, what was the amount that was totally allocated for the fireworks, which was the $25,000, but the fireworks company came in at 24 with a proposal, an estimate. Then he went back to the 25 because he's concluded that it was going to cost more for shipping or whatever it is. Whatever reason it is, it went back up to the 25,000, which we initially had in the pot for that anyway.
This guy's trying to squeeze us.
I know. You were talking about principle. We're talking about semantics. I'm talking about getting the job done here. Do we want fireworks or not? That's the bottom line. Do we want to have fireworks or not? And that's what I'd like for this commission to decide.
Not from this guy.
Okay.
Well, that's
my opinion.
That's your opinion. Okay.
First of all, it's not a contract with the commission, it's a contract with the city of Flagler Beach, and I think there's a difference there. What determines which contracts we approve and which contracts we don't? I know that we don't approve every contract for every single thing.
Contract. Usually contracts that are above his spending limit come to you for approval.
Okay. So this came to us because it was over the 20,000. But it's not taxpayer money, it's TDC money. Correct?
But we have fiduciary responsibility.
Yeah, no, I understand.
For it and we are reimbursed.
Yes, okay. Okay. All right, it's $1,000 more, it's 3 minutes less than we're used to. I don't know that anybody would even notice that. My concern is the insurance, and let me make sure I understand this. That to me is a biggie. 7 days after the contractor provides proof of insurance, the city pays them half the money. If he does not provide that, and I know it said it in here somewhere, that's the trouble with getting things late. If he does not provide that insurance,
We don't pay him.
we don't pay him at all.
Nope. And that's what I just wanted to reassure you. Drew and I have one accord on this. If this contract is approved tonight and this is signed by someone in the city, then within 7 days, he has to deliver a certificate of insurance. And if he doesn't get a nickel, and we don't have a show.
His insurer says in the next few days.
His agent, really.
What does that mean?
Means he doesn't have proof of insurance right now.
It means nothing.
I'm sorry?
Means he doesn't have proof of insurance
Right now.
And that's why that 7-day clock becomes important.
Okay. Jane, thank you. Yeah, this sentence made me nervous. This next few days sentence on the letter from the...
Now, his broker's working on getting the insurance. He's
in the process of marketing the policy.
Right,
So
he's a broker, he's going out.
He's got to go out and get it.
It's Lloyd's of London is who will underwrite it, and the provider, again, I've never worked with this gentleman professionally, but he tells me he's already completed his interview with Lloyd's of London and everything is fine. He has the responsibility to produce the certificate within 7 days or it's done.
Question, when you put on the event, the fireworks over in Green Cove last week, did he have insurance?
I'm assuming he did. The city would have required it.
I think that question came up actually at one of the meetings that we've had where we've discussed this, and I think, and it may well have been, it might have been the meeting that I wasn't at where actually he was here, but I think the issue, somebody expressed the issue, I heard somebody talk about the answer that was given was that show the city only required a $1 million policy instead of the 5.
Okay.
So it's the 5 million. It's not the insurance. It's the $5 million limit.
It's the $5 million.
Well, you already showed us that he had $2 million.
Yes, he carries $2 million regular, and I've seen other city contracts that required the $2 million.
Like,
the request here is $5 million.
Okay.
And so the letter you've seen here is from his broker saying, okay, we're going to get that to you.
All right, so if we vote to sign it tonight, he's got 7 days to provide that, and otherwise there is no cost to anybody.
And you would let us know in 7 days whether or not it's a go or not?
Because then we're 2 weeks out from July 4th.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley, you said that you don't want to go with this person at all, so what is the other option?
Well, first of all, concerning this person, okay, when this person presented to us, which wasn't that long ago, this person said this was going to be a spectacular 20-minute show, comparable to Santori. Came back later, wanted 3 times the amount of money. Then June 3rd had an interview at Daytona News Journal, and he said, I'm not saying it's going to be less, I'm just saying it's going to be dramatically different. That's what he told Daytona News Journal. He's basically putting us on notice. But in addition to that, he also didn't even tell the truth, because it is going to be less. It's going to be less by a significant amount. And then he added, it's going to be dramatically different. To me, that's a huge red flag. This is not the guy. At this point in the game, you could try to get another vendor. This guy has done bait and switch the entire time we've been doing business with him. I've called it out in every single solitary meeting. I've asked for a backup every single solitary meeting for the fireworks provider. It is going to be a waste of our taxpayers' money to do business with this guy. That is my opinion and my prediction.
So you're saying you don't want any fireworks? Unless we can get someone else, but at this point, I guess we can't get someone
What I'm
else.
saying is if we have to choose bad fireworks over no fireworks, I'm picking none.
Okay, Commissioner Phillips?
I don't know, I'm just so torn about this. I mean, I understand the contract, I understand the mayor's position. It is only $1,000 more. Do people even know how long a show is, 20 minutes versus 17? But to Commissioner Cooley's point, this has not been a seamless process. And I know he's been vetted, you saw his show. So I think at this point, I'm gonna have to say that I think we need to not have a firework display this year, in my opinion.
Could you call Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I don't even think he'll meet the commitment that he stated right here. I think it'll change again, or he'll just happen to be short. And the only reason why I say that is I'm basing it off his track record.
I'm really torn.
And I get that, but William went to his show in Green Cove and
Do we know
filmed
the
it.
dollar amount that Green Cove spent?
I do not. I do know he told me it was similar. I don't know what that means. And I taped the show, and it was about 18 minutes.
We don't know if it was $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. Yeah, okay.
And I spoke to the people up at Nocatee in St. Johns County, and they also gave him great reviews.
How much should they spend? Nocatee's expensive. That's a luxury community.
I don't know. I saw some of the video from one of them, but, you know.
Just procedural with Commissioner Sherman on the phone. You all know, the public may not. He's out due to illness and safety. With voting telephonically, since you do have the quorum physically present, it is permissible, but it only permissible in emergency situations. As we've talked about before, you as a board determine what is and is not an emergency. So I would ask, with Commissioner Sherman, his participation is fine. If there's a vote taken, if you intend to allow Commissioner Sherman to participate in that vote, I would ask for a motion that you find that his absence in this circumstance is an emergency, and I think well-founded for that motion if somebody wanted to make it.
What determines an emergency?
You determine what is an emergency. There are no boundaries, but given illness and the climate of the world with health and those things, I think this would be a fair one from my perspective to call an emergency.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to make that statement.
Motion, so move to allow Commissioner Sherman to vote if necessary in this proceeding due to an emergency absence. Is that the motion?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. I'll second.
In favor?
I think this is important enough for all 5 of us to.
And really, emergency has more to do with the absence than the issue, but that's fine too.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Do I have an aye? I'm in favor. All in favor, say aye.
Right.
Opposed? See no opposition, then the motion passes, and Commissioner Sherman will be able to vote telephonically. At this point, I guess I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If you're not speaking, turn off your mic.
Oh, because the
echo.
Oh, am I good now?
No,
okay.
Sorry.
So at this point, is there any more discussion about the fireworks and where we're going to go?
Mr. Sherman, anything you would like to add?
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I've expressed my concerns to the city manager as far as, everything has went as well. Unfortunately, I don't know if I feel comfortable going forward with this as well at this point in time. I think that I'm really let down in this, coming to this decision. I know our public was pretty passionate about this comment, about, having fireworks and part of our tradition, but at the same time, it's just, I think as Commissioner Phillips said, it's been anything but seamless. And, if anything, I hope this would be something that, moving forward, we can all get better from and really put some stuff into place moving forward that we can put something together for our residents that, truly is something that they can be proud of and celebrate our country. I just don't know if that's what we're getting here with this vendor. I know it seems almost like that we were, hate to use this term, but throwing a Hail Mary with 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter to win the Super Bowl. And that's kind of how I feel about this whole thing right now. And it's just been, I've lost a lot of sleep over this, and it's unfortunate that it's come to this now. And I just, I don't know if it's in our best interest. And, I hate to say that, this vendor came in and overpromised and definitely is going to underdeliver, I think, based on what our, the people here at Flagler Beach are used to. And that's all I have to say about that.
Any more discussion?
No.
Okay, I'll make the following comments. I think that, it is disappointing that it appears that the vote's going to go with a no-show. If it came down to the wire, I'd be willing to sign the contract with the conditions that within 7 days or less, that if proof of insurance was not shown, then everything just goes away. That's where I am with this. Because I think, the folks of Flagler Beach are entitled to fireworks. They're looking forward to it. Sometimes there are a risk involved when bringing on somebody new. And I don't think that, we were moving forward in that particular direction. And this little, it's not a little hiccup, it's a big hiccup, if you want to call it that. But $1,000 in 3 minutes in my particular position is not going to change my mind, because I'd be willing to move forward. And again, that's 7 days. But at this point, I'll be ready to entertain some questions from the public.
Excuse me, Commissioner Mealy, I talk to myself very loud sometimes. It's the only way I can hear myself. Jane Gentile, Ude. My biggest concern here, too, is listening to Commissioner Mealy and the mayor. If somebody has to change, how many more changes are they going to make? This person has not been very consistent. And as far as insurance, somebody as experienced as this, he knows what the demographics are in Flagler Beach. In my opinion, as a businesswoman since 1979 as a broker, you should have your insurance available when you make your proposal. You don't say, give me 7 more days. This is nonsense. So you're all going to be sitting here wondering. I say vote no. If he had it, he should have known. 20 minutes, this is the amount of money. Here's my insurance. I know what your demographics are. $5 million, is that total liability? Is that per person? Maybe you're going to have 10 people injured. I say vote no, and I don't live in Flagler Beach. And I love you. You're a wonderful city. With or without the fireworks, we can have some more dog surfing instead. Vote no.
All right, Jane, just to be clear, he did have $2 million, and we changed. It was our fault. And don't want to get into a back and forth with you.
It's not enough.
But we were the ones who changed it to $5 million fairly recently.
Anyone else? Come forward, please. You have 3 minutes.
John Lugerai, Oceanside Beach Bar and Grill. How we doing, everybody?
How you doing, Johnny?
Good. It's been a tough couple weeks, but we're doing all right. My question is, or comment is more about how we got to this point. It's difficult because now here no, or most likely is what we're leaning towards. A lot of us businesses that have been preparing events, and the excess business we usually get from fireworks. So I know that's something that we're going to get some feedback from the different businesses. Can you hear me better now? Moving forward, I had a suggestion. Scott and I have been working very diligently to bring the businesses together for communication purposes, and I feel like if we get an appointment from one of the commissioners, kind of how we attend either the TDC or maybe someone that we can directly contact. So if there's ever any information that you guys need, well, an email goes out, I get it to the businesses, we communicate, and we have one point of contact. It's been working out very well for the most part, but I think I want to take this a step further maybe, and that way we have actionable items and clear up the communication, because I feel like a lot of businesses, if they were here tonight and hearing about this.
Is this about fireworks?
It's about fireworks, but also how we can help prevent that moving forward. All right, so you guys need information to make decisions, but without the business community here tonight to be able to say, hey, well, if it's not really costing you much, or maybe we can get it done, let's try, as opposed to just saying, no, if they got insurance, they got everything, why not try? What's the worst thing that can happen? And if there's a lot more comments about, hey, there's a lot more negatives that can happen, well, absolutely not do it, protect us. But I just want to help communicate clear to you guys.
Thank you, Johnny. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a vote. And again, I'll just make the last comments here, and it looks like, do you have any more comments? Okay. Again, I'll just reiterate the fact that I am going to support it, because I think that we owe it to the community, we owe it to the businesses. But if I'm outvoted, that's okay. But I am also willing to sign the contract if necessary. So at this point, I need a motion for one way or the other.
Okay, I'm going to make that motion. I make a motion that we sign.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
Just tell me to turn it off. I make a motion that we sign the agreement for the July 4th fireworks with Island Outdoor Management, DBA North Florida Pyrotechnics. And emphasizing that should we not have the $5 million proof of $5 million of insurance 7 days from today, that it be canceled.
Okay, got a motion? Do I have a second? Okay, seeing none, the motion dies, and that means that we will not have any fireworks. Okay. Okay, Mr. Whitson, is that all about your comments?
No, sir, I have a few more items.
Okay.
Just a quick update on the right-of-way ordinance. You saw the email from the code enforcement officer, just one of the streets that he visited. He's been looking at more, but just one of the streets had over 60 violations. So this is going to be a long process, and it was just kind of by way of updating you on the information as to what was taking place there, and we'll continue to work on that. It's quite a bit of work, but we'll continue. And then the other thing is, I think Drew's already covered the utility agreement with the preserve. That's being drafted. It's going to be coming forward. It's going to be the water main that needs to be run is going to be paid for by impact fees paid by the developer.
And I did not cover that part. So actually, the agreement you're talking about is, I'm talking about the Palm Coast agreement. You're actually talking about the preserve itself, which is the impact fee credits.
I'm talking the details of the apartment complex that's going to be located there that kind of triggered the decision that, hey, we need our own water main there. We need to provide those services, and those services would be paid for out of the impact fees. So just wanted to keep you updated on that, that's something that we're working on to get done. Also, I wanted to point out for your attention the email that came from Al Hadid about the beach management program. The target of next summer is still intact, and he and I continue to talk on a regular basis. And that's about it for my report.
We have a couple of questions here. Commissioner Cooley?
First question is, there's a lot of confusion about, and you don't need to get in details or anything, but there's a lot of confusion with citizens about, we have that one holdout property, and it was supposed to go to court for eminent domain so we can move forward with that. But there's a lot of conflicting information. I don't have the answer. Has that process been started or not?
It has, and I am not at liberty to divulge the negotiation strategy, the legal strategy behind it, but that is definitely an option for the county, and I've been assured that it will be exercised if need be.
And was the case filed?
I'm not going to comment on that because I just really don't want to get into that level of detail. You'll have to talk to Al directly, and
okay.
That's not something that he's authorized me to speak about publicly.
That's fair.
Commissioner Phillips?
Could you please give an update on Pell Parker Park and where we're at? You met with the contractor and the engineer this week.
Yes, ma'am. Been a lot of activity on that. And so we basically are moving forward, and I believe that the actual construction work will start next week. The laydown materials has already been initiated. Everything's, beginning to flow in to the city to be prepared for that job. And we've met with the contractor and the staff, and we're gearing up.
Penny?
Just also add that they're beginning to have materials delivered, and they have a storage unit, like one of the portable pods that they were going to put down at the job location, but it's too wet and muddy there now, and the truck that delivers that will get stuck. So it's going along with their material in their storage area that we've provided to them. And then my other question is do we want to let Commissioner Sherman go from this phone call now?
Oh, yes.
No.
All right, unless you have something to say, Commissioner Sherman, I'm going to say goodnight.
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful night.
Good night.
That's it.
Oh, that's it? Okay. I think Penny was talking.
That was it.
Okay. Fire Chief. Do you have anything?
No, I'm good, sir.
Okay, Police Chief?
He was looking around like there was another fire.
Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah, he looked at you when I said Fire Chief. Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Cooley. Comments?
Okay. First things first. I did mention this last meeting during commissioner comment. Well, I'm struggling. Apparently, I need a warm up. You got to start on the other side. Amy, since you are here in the audience, I would like to thank you on behalf of Hangy for all the support that we got from our tourism department. Amy helped with a lot of, I'll call it internet marketing. That's a terrible term, but helping post it. We had no budget to do any of that. So Amy did all that. She just used the existing tools she had to help broadcast the event and get it out there, and then made an amazing dog kissing booth. I know that sounds weird. But and everyone loved it. There are, and I still haven't even rounded them all, there are thousands of pictures that folks took in that kissing booth. It wasn't what you think it was. There was no shades drawn or anything like that, but it looked great, and I just wanted to thank you since you were here and I saw you out there. We also have a local surfer. I wanted to point out his name's Ryan Huckabee. He's been a local here his whole life. And he actually went to school right here in Flagler Beach when we had a school. And he is representing Team USA in the surfing division in El Salvador at the ISA World Junior Games. And I believe, and I have not confirmed this, but I believe, although Team USA didn't get the gold, I believe he got one, if not the highest scoring wave of the entire competition. And there's video of it on my social media page, but we have surf talent, and he is just one of many folks. And actually, there's an exhibit, and I believe it's still there, of all our local surfing folks in the museum. And I'm sure he's going to be on that wall if he's not already. But how amazing! And not only that, but he graduated with his diploma and his college degree at the same time this year. I can't do that. Or surf like him, either one. All right. So I wanted to just put a little request in. Also, Amy, you happen to be here for this, which is great too. So the parking lot signs look phenomenal. They look awesome. Is there any way we can make them bigger? Because I really think that to draw attention, it just is a suggestion. I'm not saying take the smaller ones and throw out, you could even accent it. You can have a smaller one, which is what we got, and you can do a bigger one. Maybe take a large, good-sized one and put it up against like one of the fences or something. Just as food for thought, because they look so good. Some of the printing is a little hard to read from a distance, just because of how much stuff is on them. But something that looks that nice, and to help with our logistical issues with parking, food for thought, just a consideration. Absolutely, sure.
I think they look fantastic. I actually noticed the one that's pretty close to St. Vincent de Paul. I swear there's cars in there now, and there never was before. Yeah. Stephen, who is a local guy, he owns East Mental, he does graffiti art. He actually contacted me and said, could I graffiti art the wood, if there's wood fences? So if it's the Whale parking lot, he said he would like to graffiti art the wood. So that was another option too, instead of making them larger, maybe doing something else as well.
And murals got discussed by Economic Development Task Force and the Creates group, both in as far as theming the lots.
So I just want to throw that out there. I don't think he'd be too expensive. I don't know what the signs cost, but I can't imagine.
It took 2 years.
Yeah, it took 2 years. Stephen would go out there.
That's all I can say.
Stephen would go out there tomorrow. Stephen would go out there tomorrow and graffiti.
It took 2 years, but the TDC paid for them in 2 days.
Yeah, and Stephen does have an LBTO with the city, so just.
They do look good.
Yeah.
Okay. The survey for the splash pad, very well publicized. Thank you, Chief. He just ran away. So Fire Chief, I'll thank you for that since y'all are interchangeable. Yeah. So I appreciate it. If I had a critique for it, and William, we talked about this, if I had a critique for it, if it's possible, and it's probably not on this one, but we had a consensus to explore other options. In addition to earmarking that on the capital fund and all that, but we did have a consensus to explore other options. I think that the survey is underutilized by not specifically going out for those options. There's a comment section, but even something as simple as listing a lot of potential things, and then at the bottom going, do you have other ideas? Or just, I think it's underutilized as far as gaining data for what we had a consensus on, which was also to explore other options. And so if I had a comment on it, I would say, let's utilize it to its full potential and try to get that. I'm sure they're citizens, because they've already come and talked to me about it, that have, there's a huge spectrum of ideas. But
is that something that we can, I mean, it's already out there. Yeah, it's already out there, and people have been putting in the comment section, like, yes, making positive comments about splash pads and negative comments as well. So I think we can get enough data on whether it's warranted or not, but I think maybe for the next.
Yeah, I worry about having one question on there, which is the summary of it, which is, do you want a splash pad? Without additional data, we get into not really biased answers, but if you ask somebody, do you want ice cream?
Right.
And that's all you ask, the answer is probably going to be yes, for most people. The other ones, I have no idea how they get by. But so I worry about just having the one question in there, but it's not a big deal.
No, I think at this point, it's unfortunately, I mean, it's out there, so.
Yeah. Okay, last thing I got. So I'm having a lot of heartburn about this, and I want to make sure that we talk about this and get this addressed. So for the second time in the second month, we are having to make big decisions without supporting documentation. This time it was the actual contract. Didn't have it. It was emailed 2 hours before the meeting. I worked 2 hours before the meeting. I rush home, let my dogs out, change, and come back. Can't review it. Been asking for it for a long time. Before that, we had the dumpster pad. I was putting consent agenda with literally a cover page and nothing else. It was a $500,000 decision. Before that, there was other things. Jane, I remember you called out in the previous meeting that how can I make a decision on this? I just got the document. When a item comes to meeting, we must, I'm drawing a line in the sand that, just for myself, we must have supporting documentation. We cannot be handed something to make a major decision on at the time of decision making, or not at all. I hope this isn't intentional. I really do. I'm wondering. But I'm drawing a line in the sand myself, and I'm going to say that because this is now a trend, and it is happening with increased frequency, that I myself, if this comes up again where if there's something like one minor thing missing, it's not a problem. But we're missing key pieces that we have no visibility to. That I find that to be totally unacceptable. So when this item comes up, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to immediately request that the item gets tabled, because we cannot make the decision without the data to back it up. And then the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to request that the city manager be terminated, because it is that big a deal, and I am drawing a line in the sand, and I'm done with it. No more will something be put in front of me as a major decision, $500,000, fireworks, all that, without having the information. I requested that contract Tuesday, and I got it an hour and a half before the meeting. That's all I got.
Commissioner Mealy.
I don't have anything like that. I'm glad you got the recognition you got from Memorial Day.
Thanks.
That was
totally
certainly
unexpected.
well warranted. But I also want to thank staff that helped put that whole day together. For those who were able to attend, it really was one of our better ones. And we had a bigger crowd than usual, and all around it was good. And William, that Echo Taps was really beautiful. And it was good to see Rodney grown up. The last time I saw Rodney, he was a lieutenant out on the, he was a lieutenant in the lifeguards, and certainly wasn't a grown up, and now he's a teacher, and it was good to see him. So thank you for bringing Rodney and the Echo Taps to us. Been busy with the Ukrainian couple that, for some of you who've not been to meetings lately, I'm sure you, like me, got upset when you see what's happening in Ukraine and the conditions that people's houses are in or not existing. Well, we have a Ukrainian restaurant right here, a block away, and the couple that owns the restaurant has friends in Haranka, which is 13 miles northwest of Kyiv, and we are doing fundraising for that couple to move back into, well, they are living in their house. Their house has been destroyed, has been looted, but they're living in it anyway. They lived in, the woman of that couple is the head of a boarding school for children with visual impairments. And for a while they were living in the school. The windows got blown out, but then they replaced the windows. So people were living in the school, but this couple wanted to live in their house, so they put up some kind of a temporary wall. I don't know if they have electric and water. I tend to doubt it, judging from the condition of the house. So we're doing some fundraising. If anyone wishes to donate, you would write a check. Any amount would be great. We can wire it directly to the couple. Their bank is standing. They have a bank account. We've been working with the couple who owns the restaurant, has a son in Arizona, and he knows a lot about how all this stuff works. So he knows their bank account number in Ukraine, and we can wire money directly to them. No middlemen, no administrative fees like if you give to CARE or Red Cross or any of that. In addition to that, or along with that, the Women's Club is having a Ukrainian dinner. Well, it'll be the members' version of Ukrainian food. On July 9th at 6 o'clock at the Women's Club. The admission will be $20, and that money will be paid to go to the city to add to the money that we hope to send over there. If any of you have a place to hang a flyer, or if you're interested in one, I have a few here. If you're interested in donating, it tells you how to go about doing that. And I think it's a really good thing.
Okay, get a couple extra.
Sure. Take the phone. Whoops. I can't remember the name of the radio station, but the young man, Chris, who comes to the Ask Flagler, Chris.
Chris Golan. Golan.
Golan, thank you. I couldn't find his name anywhere.
He's watching.
Hi, Chris. He works for a radio station in Daytona, and I was interviewed by that radio station about this. I was supposed to go on the radio with Vern yesterday, but Vern's in really bad shape. I don't know if you saw that. But he did today, and I didn't have time to thank him yet. He had one of his people on his radio station read this. So at least they know. And prior to Beamer's service on Saturday, I'm going to be interviewed there. I had first Friday, I had some discussion with Salty Church. They said they would try to help out. And And so, little by little, we're getting people going. We had Senator Rubio, had a staff member here the other day, and Commissioner Phillips and I spent about 5 minutes here. And they were all one-on-ones, and you couldn't hear what it was about. I did ask him if he would talk about 5G, since it is a federal issue. Nope, not allowed to talk to a whole group, can only talk to one person at a time.
What?
Yeah, that's what the man said.
5 minutes.
Yep. The Women's Club donated $300 to the fire department from our pancake breakfast. And Bobby, it feels like an ex officio member of the Women's Club, which was great. I'm a little confused about, remember when Howard Holly was here last week about the Smithsonian waterways? Yes, we figured out we have the money to be a co-sponsor. But they seem to be asking for more. And this week's been so crazy, I haven't had time to call either him or his wife that I'm friends with. What is that more? Because there's a committee, and they want me to come to these committee meetings, and...
Yeah, what makes you think that they're looking for more?
Somehow with these committee meetings, there's something... I got notice of the first one. I read my email early that day, and then went back to it at 10 to 11, and I only remembered that because at that point I saw, there was a Zoom meeting at 10 o'clock. Now, there I am, no makeup, hair out the ear, ratty T-shirt. But I signed on to Zoom, and the meeting was over.
Oh.
So, Howard and Barbara were still talking to each other, but the meeting was over. So I have to do some catching up on that.
Question.
Yes.
City manager, is it anybody asked you for more?
No, but I know that they're probably doing the planning for the events and ribbon cuttings and...
Yeah, it's not more money.
Stuff.
Not
It's not more
to
money.
misunderstand. It's not more money,
okay.
but
Activity.
more...
I thought you meant more money.
No, sorry, not more money. I
He
just
called me and
realized
said,
what
thanks for your support.
Yeah, no, it wasn't more money, but just what kind of participation are they expecting from us? Amy, you have an answer? Can Amy talk?
Sure. Yeah.
I was going to wait till public comments, but thank you. Amy Lukosik, Tourism Development Director. So these committee meetings, everyone that's been designated a co-host, which is folks from the school, all the municipalities, the county, the TDC, and hospital, and Howard's recruited some more. What they want to do is collect everyone's reach of where they can help advertise, publicize, announce it. So, some of the things off the top of my head that I remember the county is doing and the city of Palm Coast, like they're putting it on their social media once the designer finalizes the creative and the assets. So they want to know if you're willing to do that, and then they want to know, okay, how many followers do you have? So they kind of want to get a big picture. So today, like we provided them, we can put it in our e-newsletter, and here's how many subscribers we have. So they kind of want to know what capabilities does the city have, whether it's putting something in a water bill, like what are you going to be able to provide that doesn't cost money that you already have access to. So, the county has the magazine, those types of things. So just kind of collecting all of that outreach in one spot, so then they can have a good idea of where they've touched people. And they also need to do that because they're getting a tourism grant. So that's all kind of part of it.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Yep.
That clarifies, sort of. Okay, so I can tell them we can put it on the water bill or that kind of thing, I guess. I forgot to mention a real biggie with this Ukrainian thing. Got a call from a woman, thank you to the mayor. There's an organization called the Florida Humanities Council, and It's a statewide organization. They give out grants to communities to do reenactments and historical and humanities types of things. And they publish a really well-done magazine called Forum. It comes out quarterly. So this woman that called was from this magazine. Somehow she got not the next magazine, but the fall issue will be about food. And somehow she got a hold of Oksana and Sergei. And they talked about this couple and what the city's going to do. So we're going to be in, or at least Sergei and Oksana will be in Forum magazine. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, I am done.
Mr. Phillips.
My turn. I just want to thank everyone who has completed the WIC line survey online. You have until July 1st to do it. As of today, we have 238 responses. 180 people have actually completed it. So we've got some people that have gone in but not finished. We're going to take all of that data, and it's going to help us with our FERDAP grant to get our WIC line park beautiful again. And I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Cooley, who now has the kissing booth? Is it being donated to the city, or are we storing it?
I don't know. I know Amy and
Deborah wanted to donate it, I thought.
Y'all were working that out.
I think Deborah said she
was asking for the
donate
disposition of the dog kissing booth.
Where is it located?
It's gone to the dogs.
Is it in your backyard?
I know that if it survives here, I know it would be great to be able to use it again.
Yes, so you kept saying, thank you for recognizing the hard work that I had nothing to do with. You said, you built it, you did this, I had nothing to do with it. The county's general services, they took it, and the good thing is they really built a solid structure, because we said we want like a mini lifeguard stand, and they truly use the same materials that our lifeguard stands use. They use the same paint. Deborah went out and got the stencils from Tom so that when it says Flagler on it, it's the same font. And so what we wanted to do is be able to recycle it. We didn't want it to be a one and done thing. So it can be a photo booth opportunity for other events in the city. So if, the May Day or Tommy Tant or anything else that goes on in the city, it can be used, and we would be more than happy to customize any graphics. We use the dog surfing logo. They provided it to us, so we can do the same thing with other events throughout the city. Maybe when we launch like Starry Nights, we can have it at First Friday. And so we haven't had a chance yet to reach out to the Business Bureau, but what we also thought is if we can come up with a program or plan where it can be rotated throughout the businesses on some sort of agreement, just when there's an event, we want to use it then. So that way it can be used as a photo opportunity for the visitors, the residents when they come in. They can sit in the chair, take their pictures, and of course share it via social media.
Thank you.
That's the plan.
Thank you, Amy.
Who has it? Do you all have it?
We have it.
Okay.
It's safe.
Got it.
It's safe. Because it was darling.
It's in her office.
It's in her office.
Okay, here's my last thing. I'm going to touch on what Commissioner Cooley said earlier. No supporting documentation is problematic, obviously. Asking for things and not getting them is also problematic. But I think it was harsh to say that our city commissioner was intentional in doing any of this, my opinion. Mr. Whitson's to-do list is this big. And he is working very hard every day. I'm sure he probably doesn't sleep well to get us what we need and to get all the projects done that are on his list. So my recommendation is maybe copy Katie every time you're sending him a request. I don't always do that. I don't know if that would be helpful because, it can be problematic when we don't get things on a timely manner. So I'm just trying to think of a solution to help you, Mr. Whitson. And that was just kind of, Katie has that capacity as well. If, Mr. Cooley's asking for the contract to be sent to everybody, if she gets a copy as well. Because she's really, I send her something and she turns it around like no tomorrow.
Thank you. That would be helpful, and with the exception of her being out to get married for a few weeks.
Oh, okay. We allowed her to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long is she going to be out? 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
She's going to be out 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to say that because I truly don't believe it was an intentional. But like I said, that's my opinion. That's it.
Mayor.
I just have a couple things. One, we have discussed this before under my comments, but fishing in the lifeguard zone. I've noticed a substantial amount of fishermen on the beach in the lifeguard zone. I had brought up when we reduced it to boardwalk that we would leave that just for the water activities. I don't know if we need to take a vote on it to decide and then we can implement.
We already did vote on that.
Right. I've just noticed it a lot. I'm down there at the pier a lot and there's just poles lined up and there's people swimming and surfing and getting tied up in the poles and then, so maybe we can ask for the lifeguards to say something, or we could put out a poster, some signage or something, but that needs to be reserved for swimmers and people surfing and bodyboarding and such. So that was one. Just an update, we had our investment committee. We're discussing to draw up I get them confused, RFP or RFQ for a financial firm to invest for our accounts. And thank you to Linda P. for handling the cleanup on Saturday. I was on mom duty, so I was at a surfing contest in St. Augustine. I enjoy them. I get to check out other beaches and how they operate. And then a nice positive, I was contacted by the Flagler Beach Tax Collector's Office that they raised $120 for the jars that they sit on their counter to give towards the fountain.
Wow.
Awesome.
Hey, and that was for a month.
How would the tax collector feel about a jar for Ukraine?
You can call her.
You have a better connection than I do.
You got no strings pulled on that one.
Yeah, I don't get any pull.
Okay.
But I will say that they are pulling together funds. They have an employee that's from Ukraine, and they're also helping out her family as well.
Okay.
But it does not hurt because that's Flagler Beach. And that's it.
That's all you have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last is me. Since you're on the fountain, one of the things I spoke to the city manager about was we have been doing a great job in the in Veterans Park, and I was part of it, but it was a joint effort throughout the entire community. And I really appreciate what you guys did. I mean, it was very touching. So we got a good start. We're going to keep going. So one of the things that I talked to the city manager about was I said, the fountain really needs to be upgraded. So I think I mentioned that before, but we have a sponsor that has said they will match any amount of money that we raise to replace the fountain. So that's going to be our new goal. The other thing that I think would be very, very good, and I'd like to get a consensus from the board here, is that I'd like for the community to participate. And I think it would be awesome if we could get individuals from the community, and we'll get our police chief to start putting this out, is sort of have a competition to come up with some ideas of not necessarily a fountain per se, but a water feature with the Veterans Park or Veterans theme on it. So it could be a wall of granite with water flowing down it. It could be a pool of water, but that's the idea, is a theme of a water feature. It could be another fountain, or it could be something more creative. That would be the highlight of the park and the centerpiece that people could really take pictures in front of and look real nice. But here again, we have a sponsor, and we may have another sponsor because I spoke to someone else the other day. So we have a lot of enthusiasm behind, working on the park. So start putting your thinking caps on, your creative minds, and coming up with some ideas that we can actually start promoting and have something out of granite or marble that's going to be there for a long time and be a real nice feature within the park itself. It's not supposed to be public comment, but I'll go ahead and let you speak since you're younger than I am. Come on up to the podium, sir. Come up to the podium real quick. Can you come up to the podium?
We don't use the internet. I was going to wait for the last for public comment, but I think you deserve it.
Yeah, try to put it on the internet, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, because I get a lot of feedback when I do things for my family's business, so.
Okay. Well, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do. That's going to be on the next item in the park itself. As Veterans Park is a new fountain, and we already got some starts with the donations coming in. I had an item that I was going to add to the agenda. I'm bringing it up now, and this is the interlocal agreement for school concurrency. I was on the panel, the committee, the board discussion today, as well as 2 weeks ago. One of the things that has happened in Florida here is that they've eliminated the requirements for school concurrency. And what that means is that developers that are building within the state of Florida, particularly we're going to talk about Flagler County right now, usually they used to have a requirement to have concurrency to actually donate funds to helping to build new schools, because they were bringing the development, which is bringing more kids to the county. Flagler Beach is now included because we've started to experience some growth. We have some developments coming in, and we're now sitting at the table, so we're now participating, and we also have to have an interlocal agreement, just as Bunnell, Palm Coast, and Flagler County. Flagler County has opted out of concurrency. They've just already voted that they do not want to participate in concurrency. So what that means is that they're going to have to come up with another plan, either through impact fees or other kinds of means, in order to help to support the new schools that are going to have to be required in this, the county of Flagler County for the kids that are coming here and going to school. We will be participating, and as a board, we're going to have to come up with our own interlocal agreement that we obviously will have to depend on our legal counsel here to help us to write. It's not that simple. This is just one of the folders that I have here now, and we talked about it a lot today. I got up and I spoke, and one of the things, I mean, I'm all for school concurrency or proportionate shares in order to support the schools, because the comments that I made is that if we expect our kids in the county to be educated, to get a good education, to move on, to be progressive and successful, they have to have a good education, which means you have to have a good school system, teachers, and things of that nature. Without some means of paying for it, you know who's going to pay for it? The taxpayers. So it's a lot involved, and it may require a workshop just for us to come up with our own interlocal agreement that we can agree to, because we could either have individual interlocal agreements from each one of the municipalities in the county, because they're coming up with their own plan, or not. So, Commissioner Cooley.
Would a interlocal agreement be, is my understanding is we would have to be in line with the same thing that somebody else is doing, like
That's
Palm Coast.
generally how it goes. Is
Right.
it would typically the interlocal agreement. Take Orange County, for example, and Orange County has been a nightmare with concurrency and capacity because in addition to state rules, Orange County a couple of decades ago created their own rule, which when the state changed the law a few years ago was in conflict with the state law. And so development came to a standstill because they were all the schools in Orange County were over capacity. But ideally, we'll be able to work with the other jurisdictions so that there's some uniformity and consistency with how the school, because ultimately it's the school board. The school board is the player in this. Everybody else is just, we're collecting those fees, but it's the school board that has to determine what are our needs and how are we going to get there. And really these interlocal agreements, we're almost in an administrative capacity. So if you lose, like the county, it's a big loss because that's where a lot of your development is occurring, is within the county.
Well, that's kind of the concern. So county's out. So is the proposed interlocal agreement between the municipalities, like the cities?
Right now, the individual, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
So right now, from what I could sense today, Bunnell is in favor of concurrency, because one of the things I use as a reference, I said, I used to be a commissioner in St. Johns County. And as you know, St. Johns County has one of the best school systems in the state of Florida. And that's not by accident.
The best.
It's not by accident. It's because the county commissioners, the county supports the school board. So they all work together to ensure that they have those dollars to help pay for the impact of the schools that have to be built. So this is what we have to deal with here.
Would the workshop you speak of involve all the cities?
Us. No,
Or
just
us.
We just have to come up with our own plan, and hopefully it can be aligned with the other municipalities.
Well, I think there is a draft agreement.
There is one, right.
So I think what might be accomplished at that workshop and doing it early in the process, because I think where this progresses, it should and I think will continue to be a dialogue between those parties that are at the table for the draft interlocal agreement as it stands, letting the commission see it and give comments. That lets whoever is attending those meetings, if it's Chair Bryan, and I think Karen is going for the
Karen was at the meeting as well.
That gives them that gives you input into those conversations, you as a body input in those conversations, because then they're speaking for the board, not just me as commissioner or me as CRA director. These are the comments that we've been asked to give from our board about this draft agreement. So I do agree that the workshop might be helpful. How you fit it into your current, I know with you coming up in the budget, you're going to have a lot of workshops coming up.
And we do have a timeline on this as well, because they're looking at, we have a mandatory meeting, meeting that's coming up July 9th with this board again, which is a workshop. And then the county commissioners have August as their timeline. So as I said before, they've already voted that they're not going to participate in concurrency, but they're going to be coming up with another type of a plan, either because what the school board can also do is they're the ones that determine whether or not there's capacity. So if a developer comes in to Flagler Beach and they want to build a new development, for example, then what the school board would have to determine is whether or not there's capacity to handle the projected number of students that are going to come to that area. So these are the kinds of things, and Karen has been very, very good and very vocal and participated a lot, and it'd be very, obviously she'd have to be at the workshop as well.
And I think to help everybody understand the gravity of these conversations, what the chair is talking about is exactly what happened, or not exactly, but similar to what happened in Orange County, where you don't have concurrency, but if you don't also have capacity, when a developer wants to come in and build in a community in that county served by that school district, when they go to the school board and say, we want to develop here, is there capacity?
We don't have it.
Every capacity determination comes back as no, there's no development.
There's no development.
Nowhere. And there's no concurrency, so there's no dollars to build new schools to increase capacity. It can become a very big problem very quickly.
So that's why I said we'll probably get a workshop.
It's sad that our county commissioners made that decision then. I mean, it's a...
Well,
there's certain reasons.
I'm sure you've been copied on the email disaster.
So just for my clarification, if the three municipalities are in favor of concurrency, that cannot trump what our county has.
Right.
So the counties...
Well, the county they can still have their own plan. You could actually have a separate interlocal agreement.
They would have to have a separate agreement with the school board. So there would be basically two systems running that in the cities and that running between the county and the school board.
So the county could say, well, I'm not going to agree with concurrency. They have their plan. And then the municipalities could say, well, we're going to have this plan, and the three municipalities can get together. So they have one plan over here and one plan here covering three municipalities.
Got it.
Yeah, it's not completely apples to apples what happened in Orange County. Orange County was charter county number 1 and 2. They had the Martinez doctrine, which was the real big problem, was that they had created for themselves.
But think of the message that we would send as cities to the county who does not have the burden of students. Do they care? Well, you already know that answer.
Well, anyway, we'll continue to work with our partners in order to get to a
great idea. Thank you, Ken.
Get to a great
Since
place.
there's already a proposed agreement that you said exists, right? Because of time, is it possible to just do what we do with ordinances? That would be considered first copy. Jane whips out the red pen, we all scratch it up, and then we just hit it under an agenda item and then just say, okay, now we're good, we worked this. I mean, we could do that.
Yeah, you could, but I don't know, and I haven't been part of the conversations, I don't know where they are in the process. School concurrency interlocals are very drawn out, very conceptual, so I don't think with the workshop idea, I think, yes, you could do that. I don't think once you're done with that red pen that it's done. I think it's more of talking points at this point that I see would be the big thing that your representatives at those meetings would get from the commission. So it's less a, let's get to a final draft, and more of a, what are our big concerns about this?
Yeah, I would like to start with something anyway.
Okay, well,
So if
we
there
can,
is a
we can
draft.
get some drafts and make sure that everyone gets a copy. And then we can move on from
May
there.
I use a green pen?
You can use purple. Okay, well, I appreciate the board's, listening to this and also agreeing that we need a workshop or something. So we'll move on with that, and I'll try to keep you informed, as well as Karen. She's very, very good with this, and she's added a lot to the particular discussions at those meetings. Last thing I have, or a couple of things here. Yesterday I participated in a health walk with the chiefs back there, and we had a great walk, and we solved all the world problems, so there shouldn't be any issues going on. I have to agree with Commissioner Phillips. I don't think that anything that city manager has done has been intentional. Maybe some oversight or just rushed, but I don't think it was intentional by no means. So I'd just like to make that comment as well. And
I'm not even bothering to comment on it.
Okay. That's all I have. That being the case, I have a motion to adjourn.
No, it's public comment.
Darn, I keep forgetting about this guy here.
I thought I was safe when the chief left, but I'll behave.
Okay, this was an added item that we have.
I'm still within reach of that taser. Bruno, South 27th Street. Just got a couple of things. Maybe an update on the golf course. And
you finish. I'll
yeah. And have we put any feelers out? If anybody did want to take that over once this is all done, or are we going to wait till I guess a quarter periods and then scramble? That's one of the questions. The trash cans. I was just sitting there thinking, I mean, we got so much building going on, and the average house probably in Flagler Beach is over $500,000 now. Maybe we could get the Flagler Builders Association to throw in a garbage can every time they close a house as a welcome gift. You know, I mean, like you said, people don't know it. Put a big bow on it and say, welcome to the neighborhood.
Here's your trash.
I mean, we could make the builders pay, or we could put that in an impact fee. One of the things I know, it's been tough the last couple of months with transparency and everything. You just got to learn from your mistakes. I mean, it's all behind us. We're going to take some beatings, right? I mean, the crowd, the inmates, you know, they run this town, so. But I think you're all doing a good job, so, you know, it's not easy, so.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Bruno. Thank
All right?
No, we appreciate that.
Yeah, we do appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Yeah, man, you're good.
I think he dropped his chains outside.
John Lujar again, wearing my tourism hat now. I talked to the director earlier last week, reminding me that the Capital Grant Fund is open. There's a deadline as of tomorrow. Luckily, I asked the director for an extension if it's possible, just to remind the city and the staff if there's an opportunity for a grant, $739,000 for a capital fund. It's every 2 years. Unfortunately, Palm Coast already put in for the full amount as of today, but we got a little bit of an extension, and I would say maybe the pier or something along those lines could probably use some money. So, Boardwalk. At the end of the day, it has to happen as soon as possible. So if there's something that you guys can do, if you need help with, obviously we're here. But I just want to remind that the city has opportunity for free money, and usually I get attention when free money is offered. And the last little comment again about the fireworks. I couldn't get it out earlier because it's just a little bit emotional time, and it's very stressful running a business, as some of you may know already. When we plan for things and businesses plan for major events that are coming up, whether it happens or not, usually we're well informed. And this whole time has been yes, 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 yes. And it's just unfortunate because, again, if I start getting feedback from the businesses, they're sustaining losses. Whose fault is that, right? My thing is this: I want to give you guys the most up-to-date information as soon as possible when you need it. What I seen tonight, though, I was disappointed in how quickly we can make a decision without that feedback. You guys are getting feedback late from whatever the staffing issues you guys have right now. But Jesus, I mean, it's money. When you take money out of people's mouths and food out of their mouths, I mean, it's just one of those things to where I just hope that we can be a little bit more responsible, and I'm trying to be here to help. And I just cannot stand when government bodies do that to businesses, because we went through a tremendous time already with COVID. And when we're supporting something, we're doing something, we want to give you all the resources necessary. Hey, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But again, the decision how it was made tonight was just kind of like, hold on a second. What are the repercussions? What's going on? What is it going to cost us? Hey, you got a crappy independent contractor? Well, we'll absolutely only know if he lights that show off. And if it's terrible, it's not you guys to blame. You're not costing the city money, right? And that's just my last little 2 cents, because I got a number of text messages from people that were just disappointed. But ultimately, I appreciate how you guys do protect us moving forward. I just ask for a little bit more communication, especially when it comes to impacting businesses. So I appreciate your time, everybody, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny.
It's okay. It's okay. Just for inquiring minds, the operator of the Millennial Falcon is on his way out to the green roof inn.
Good.
Oh, I couldn't see it. That was a car. That was a blur when it was by.
100 miles an hour.
Got in a fight at Port Waltz, refused to comply, thought it would be okay to drive high speed through the city. And thanks to Sheriff Staley, we had 5 deputies over here by the time we caught him at the bridge. So
He could have killed somebody out there.
He
How
absolutely
fast
could
was he
have.
going?
I didn't have a radar gun, but
That was
somewhere
warp
between
speed.
1,000 and
He was
Kajillion.
quick.
So,
It was fast.
yeah, he's on his way out to the green roof inn. And on a positive note, I think Chief Pace is going to apply to be a police officer. He kind of dug it. He liked the action.
Just quickly, and we can chat afterwards too, I'll give you more detail offline, but complaints filed, answers filed, motions filed. So we are now scheduling hearing times to get the initial motions in front of a judge. To the question about, I know the city manager is working on where do we go from here, but right now we're in litigation, and as soon as we wound up in litigation, we knew that drug the time frame way out. So I'm actually the one who's grabbing them by the belt and saying, nah, don't get too fast, don't get too far up in front of me. So that's kind of where we are, easily put.
Okay, any more comments? Bring it back to the board for a motion for
Okay, motion to adjourn.
we are adjourned.
Johnny,
Thank you again, everyone. That was awesome.
please.
How you doing, sir? You as well.
Thank you for the compliment. I'm 75.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Are you?